Of course I pressed on be right back instead of just chatting. Good evening, everyone. Welcome, King Alpha. Welcome, Alex. Welcome especially to you since your first time here on the stream. Welcome, Charity Champs. Welcome, Strategy Informer. Everyone, welcome to the show. Orion, good evening. Welcome. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. It is Saturday, and you know what that means. We are doing some visual novel shenanigans. And with that means we are going to play Arches. Fantastic visual novel so far. I enjoyed a lot, and I want to see what the evening holds. But first, how's everyone doing? What's new? What's fresh? Do we have any news that we could talk about? A little bit of a talking segment. Good, just a lazy morning. Lazy mornings are the best mornings. I will definitely agree with that. Or good mornings. Yeah. It's a lazy evening here too. I don't have to do other than read and voice act a little bit. And that's what we're gonna do. Who has, apart from Orion, I think nobody has played Arches before, right? And Wildfire, but Wildfire will come later into play. So. Work from night shift activities, nope. So I think we just jump in. It's gonna be wild. There we go. I mean, you can't see it. Work from home night shift activities. Damn. Are you? What's your time zone, Alex? You from the US too, or somewhere else? Hey, you. I don't know. I just so welcome fellow EU citizen. I hope you enjoy your stay. All right. Just let's continue. Exactly. We went inside looking for Cameron. Despite having seen this monster in some form or another for over 15 years now, Cameron was looking for the monster, that was it. Cameron realizes he never really tried to move towards it. In the beginning, he tried to run away, of course, but it ended up following him. Probably the same time zone as you. You probably are, because it's 6. I mean, you know that better than I do, but it's 6 in the evening, so it's I'm CET essentially. Central European time. Coming from the middle of the time zone, so to speak. Or is it the middle? Is it the middle? It could be considered the middle. Don't know. Whatever. Very philosophical questions here. All right. In the beginning, he tried to run away, of course, but it ended up following him. It never moved when he was looking at it, but the second he looked away and back again, it would reappear closer, usually at that 20 to 30-foot distance. Isn't that like this one SCP, the very first SCP they had? That only moves if you don't look at it and then kills you. When he learned to ignore it, it just sort of blended into the background and he almost stopped noticing it. Not saying they stole it, just pointing out the similarity. As Cameron squeezes through the boards covering the window, he's only a few feet away from the thing. He realizes that if he makes contact with it, that if it's solid, then he won't know what to think. He never even considered it might be real. It's just weeping angels from Doctor Who. Yeah, that too. That is also true. They did the same. But now, as those unnatural long claws dangle from the sleeves of the raincoat, Cameron starts to worry. As he moves those last few feet, though, Raincoat Monster starts to dissolve into the dim lighting of the room and the coyotes inside. It happens in a way that makes Cameron think of a mirage. But the creature is still here, now across the room against the wall. Its ever-present, deranged grin plastered to its dark furred face. Cameron moves towards it again. Slowly this time, the creature still seemingly frozen, but in a way a real person would try to appear frozen. This creature is almost like an imitation of the one he's gotten to know so well, the one that almost became a companion of sorts in his childhood. About halfway across the dark, cluttered motel room, Raincoat Monster bends sideways, almost like it's going to do a cartwheel toward the bathroom door. Its heavily clawed hands don't move, and instead it just keeps bending like a bridge, like an arch. And then it slips into the darkness of the bathroom. Cameron stares, the feeling of unease growing. Of course, shit like this always makes him feel uneasy. It makes him feel fucking crazy. But what just happened now? It felt deliberate, like he's being toyed with somehow. Raincoat Monster had toyed with him plenty of times before, especially the first time he saw it. It was his own mind doing it, after all. But what makes him feel nervous now is that it seems like there's something else behind it. Almost like whatever was behind his first vision in that other motel room is behind this as well. It's Echo, Cameron. It's this town. This town is going to fuck you up. So you should leave, right? Whatever that is doesn't seem to have very good intentions. All it seems to want to do is fuck with him. If it is the same thing that hijacked his first vision, then it could look like anything. It disguised itself as death, and said awful things to him. Disguised itself. Was that even a disguise? Is it possible Devon somehow made that call? That would be the most plausible explanation. Aside from malicious ghosts being real, something he never believed until now. Cameron, you need to snap out of it. I know shit's fucked right now, but I will tell you that your boyfriend did not make that call. I would be surprised if he did. Then again, I think nothing would surprise me in this environment. But I don't think Dev is a bad guy. Except we find out stuff that we haven't found out yet. Which I'm not ruling out either. He trusts Dev, though. Cameron looks at the boarded window. Why did Artie and Devon abandon him like this? Is this part of Devon's investigation still? Is this a setup for some kind of like a test? Cameron continues to stand in the middle of the motel room, staring around himself. This isn't right. He's not making sense. These thoughts don't make sense. But there are some connections, and he can't deny that something about the whole situation's off. The voices, the whispering, it continues to ebb and flow, and there's a slight electronic quality to it. It's not impossible that someone could have planted a speaker in this room to make him think he's hearing the voices of ghosts. After all, Devon had been so adamant that he not come back to the motel with him to gather his equipment. That would have been the perfect opportunity. He tries to listen to them, but they blend together and mumble quietly, and he can't make anything out. If this is a setup, then Raincoat Monster could be a real person. Someone in a costume, or something is wrong. Suddenly, thinking itself is becoming difficult. He's still I, after all. But at the same time, things are suddenly making at least some sort of sense. If this is some kind of sick joke, that could explain a lot. A distant chuckle breaks through the hushed whispers. Sounds kind of like Devon. Devon? Cameron points his ears towards the bathroom. Artie, guys? You can't really be doing this to me, right? His voice is weak, unsure and afraid. Yeah, so some people get really paranoid by it. That's true. I also heard if you start consuming it early in your teens, then paranoia is more likely later on, or even early on, than if you start with it as an adult later in life. I don't know if that still is accurate research, but that's what I've read or heard at one point. Something creaks to his left, and the coyote jumps, staring wide-eyed. Guys? In the back of his mind, Cameron knows that whatever is going on inside or outside his mind is not good. He needs to get out. Suddenly something starts pulling at the boards of the window. Cameron gasps, stumbling back, an explosion of fear taking over in a way that he's never experienced before. Cameron! You're in there, right? You okay? It looks like Devon, but the coyote is moving for the bathroom because he's not completely sure, and even if that is really deaf. Cameron pulls the door to the bathroom closed and fumbles with the knob until he finds and presses a push lock that somehow still works. Cameron, honey, are you in there? Cameron keeps quiet, pressing his paws to his muzzle, suppressing his instinctual urge to respond. Cameron! Cameron listens to the bear's heavy footsteps inside on the ruined floor. Then the doorknob to the bathroom vibrates violently. Cameron yelps, "Stop! I'm sorry! I just need to figure things out right now." There's a pause that seems to go on for a very, very long time. What? Devon's voice is equal parts confused and concerned. Baby, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What happened? I don't know. Why did you guys leave me? Leave you? I'm right here. I looked up the road and you were just gone. Oh, Cameron, something happened. It's a little complicated, but I can tell you about it on the way out. I'm sorry I left you when I said I'd watch you, but we need to go right now. Something's happened. It's a little complicated. Cameron, please open the door. Devon lets out a nervous laugh. You're freaking me the fuck out right now, honey. That only puts Cameron more on edge. That Devon thinks he's the one that's acting strange. You're freaking me the fuck out. Why did you even bring me here? Is Artie here too? Another long, horrible pause. Whenever Dev talks again, his tone is changed completely, like he's been very careful with his words. Cameron has a complete fucking existential breakdown right now. Cameron is completely gone. And I think it's good that Dev thinks what he says next. But, of course, Cameron might just misconstrue it again in his paranoia that it might be something malicious. I also think that the town of Echo obviously adds or exacerbates the paranoia that he exhibits right now. Because Echo just has that influence. Like, Cameron is crazy. Honey? Can you tell me what's wrong? Did something happen? You tell me, Devon. You're really starting to worry me, baby. Devon's voice cracks. Cameron doesn't know what to say. He doesn't have to think of what to say. Because at that point, something rakes painfully down his back. Like a giant set of claws. And Cameron gasps. Then screams as another set of claws grip over the top of his head. He'd completely forgotten about the raincoat monster. But even if he remembered, he never thought it could touch him. Cameron, open the door! Open! God damn it, stand back, come! The air seems to explode as the flimsy motel bathroom door splinters with ease, death having kicked it in. With some light filling the bathroom now, Cameron sees that he's fighting with nothing. He thought it had to be Artie. Suddenly the bear is grabbing him, trying to hold him or pin him, and Cameron just struggles, trying to pull away. Cameron, what happened? Please, calm down. Just let me go! Cameron is crying now, and it's making him gasp for air. Let's breathe, Cam. No, stop doing this to me. Just let me go. Doing what? What happened? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Cameron's struggles become more wild, kicking out and fighting with Death's much stronger grip. What the fuck? Death seems to say it to himself, almost in a whisper, as if unable to believe what's happening. Cameron isn't able to either. None of this is real, is it? Oh? Did you set this up? To make me believe or something? What? How would I do that? Speakers, costumes, I don't know. Ow, you're hurting me. Devon lets Cameron go finally, though he tries to hold onto him to make him to look at the bear. But Cameron takes the opportunity to escape, running right for the window. Much easier to get through after Death's entry. Cameron! I'm sorry, I just need to think. Cameron can hear Devon crying now, but he can't stop. He needs to get out. He needs to get away. He falls clumsily through the window, and as he stands up, he gasps as he comes face to face with Artie. Suddenly, he notices how similar the color of his fur is to Raincoat Monster. What, dude? You okay? What's going on? I can't hear you guys yelling all the way. Artie trails off as Cameron backs away from the cat, keeping him in view until he can run away. Up the road to somewhere that's not here. Death sobs as he fumbles to get out of the window, wondering if he's dreaming. This can't be happening. He looks around the parking lot, but all he sees is Artie. Where did he go? Artie points wordlessly and Devon jogs up the length of the parking lot to look around the motel. Cameron is nowhere in sight. I have the sinking feeling that Cameron is somehow ending up in Brian's torture basement. And that most likely The other two will as well, because we've seen that they can get just fucked up by a weasel. And if Brian is still around, which he obviously is, then, oh boy, this is not going to go well. Not at all. Devon stares for a while, hoping to see Cameron pop out from behind the one of the dilapidated structures, but he doesn't. Devon, what happened? Something's wrong with Cameron. You know, he looked totally freaked out. Did that meth head get to him too? Or something? No. He's I don't know. He's making no sense. He's not making sense. He's not thinking right. What do you mean? Devon takes a deep, shuddering breath, still staring, realizing Cam might have already made it to the dirt road of Main Street. Devon rubs his face vigorously with both paws. He said something about us setting him up. Setting him up? What? I don't know. It's like he's not in his right state of mind or something. Devon stops himself from saying completely lost it, because that sounds wrong. Seeing no sign of Cameron, Devon suddenly feels panic bloom in his chest. What if Cameron is so far gone out he's running off into the desert? He would die. Shit! Are you serious? He ran this way? Dev starts walking quickly up the road, looking at each abandoned structure, scanning the desert landscape all the while. His panic has settled into a dull, persistent feeling of dread, and his crying is mostly under control, just sniffling every now and then. Artie follows behind him. Yeah, positive, man. He was running, though. Shit. Hey, you know, he just looked really emotional. Doesn't have panic attacks? Doesn't he have panic attacks? Yeah, but that wasn't just a panic attack. Something else is going on. He has done this before? Oh. Isn't he on medication? No, man. He's not on medication. But wasn't he? Dude, this isn't helping anything right now. Sorry. Just that I remember him telling me he was on an antipsychotic back in college. Devon's blood runs cold. I think it was just like antidepressants or something. Why would he even tell you? Cameron? Woo, Charlotte, welcome! I'm good, how are you? That reminds me, Charlotte. That reminds me. Whoop. I've been waiting for you to turn up. I've done everything. You're officially now a moderator. Dev's voice echoes hollowly up the street, unanswered. He was on both, I'm pretty sure. He was talking to Maria about it, since she's been up on a bunch of them for her bipolar disorder. I think he was just looking for advice on how to deal with side effects. And it was a psych major, so there's that. And I was a psych major, so there's that. Where are you? Cameron! Duh. I was a failed STEM major. Behavioral sciences are the next step up. Next step. Despite being something Artie might normally say, it sounds forced. Like he's trying to keep the mood light. I mean, of course Artie would do that. All Devon can think about right now is how he couldn't have even been bothered to know what medication his boyfriend was taking and why. He just knew he made himself feel like shit. And they made him feel like shit. So when Cameron said he just wanted to stop whatever it was taken, Devon encouraged him. And Cameron seemed happy after that. Maybe don't quit your meds cold turkey. That shit fucks your brain up and panda and like freaks with your game brain chemistry, and it's really bad if you just quit them out. Grr, wee! Shakoi, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. How are you doing, good sir? God, I didn't expect you to say that. Funny. Ah. Anyway, I'm not saying he's like schizophrenic. Antipsychotics can be combined with antidepressants, or just plain old depression sometimes. I think he's just panicking a little. I probably would if I went into that motel alone. No. Cameron was panicking for sure, but he was accusing Devon of setting him up, tricking him. Cameron didn't trust him. And that's something Devon has never seen before. And remember, with his tolerance, he's probably still pretty high. He could just be paranoid. Devon gasps and Arturo stares at him. Frozen. Then rage and horror explodes in Devon's chest. The fucking weed! Whoa, what happened? So where is story heading toward? No. So, you missed actually a crucial part. We left off when Cameron was going into another motel room because he saw a monster. Last evening. And he went into the motel room and got a completely, mental breakdown. And Devon tried to pull him out of the bathroom of that motel room. And, he almost managed to do that, but Cameron ran off because he starts to distrust Devon. He thought Devon set him up. And there's probably a lot of stuff here at play. Yeah. And Devon is mad at Artie right now because Artie gave Cameron weed and she said weed could cause paranoia. And now Devon is ass mad at Arturo. You fucking know he has problems. Was on medication in college and you just let him get stoned? Artie stares. Well, I didn't remember until just now, and besides, if that's what's making him freak out, it's gonna wear off. No. You said I was tricking him. I'm the Rock. You didn't trust me, Artie. You were saying I was planting fucking speakers so he'd hear voices. I'm a waystone. Artie continues to stare, but doesn't say anything this time. Devon does his best to avoid saying what he thinks is happening. That's not just panic. That's more than just that. Fuck, man. His mom died because of this shit. What if he's wandering off in the middle of the desert right now and... When he had researched psychosis, he came across plenty of stories just like this. The way so many of them ended. Devon felt like he was about to throw up. After a few seconds of silence, Artie clears his throat. How about you just don't say anything, Artie? Listen, we don't know anything yet. But it could, but if I caused this to happen, I'm sorry. Well, holy gee, glad you're sorry. Either way, I'm going to help you find your man, okay? It's only been 5 minutes. Devon starts to calm down a bit. Breathing more evenly. Like I said, my girlfriend is bipolar. And even though I know it's not exactly the same, she's had moments like this too, and we always came out alright. So how about we look for 20, maybe 30 minutes. I'm sure we'll find it. If we don't, though, I'm gonna run my ass back up the road until I get cell service and call 911, alright? Good luck with that, Arturo. Good luck with that. There is no cell service here, and there's also no 911 here. Dev takes a shuddering breath. Yeah, okay, let's go. There's no way. There's no way. Cameron shakes his head back and forth, unwilling to believe that Dev's boyfriend, the person he loves the most, would do this to him. But why? Devon is the one that wants to leave, that wants to protect him from this nightmarish town. How would this all happen, making all the ghosts up? Devon truly wants to understand what's happened to Lupita, where she is. Nowhere. Ugh. So he'd want Cameron visions to be true. Unless it's both. He couldn't have been involved in the vision he had by the lake, right? Or what he heard in the forest. Those were real. Cameron feels it deep down that they had to have been real. He couldn't have made up that recounting of the forest creature or of the girl being murdered. Maybe Devon was worried. Cameron would give up if he didn't see anything and wanted to make sure by hanging himself in the closet, by creating one of the worst moments in Cameron's life. I don't think Devon did that on purpose. But yeah, again, he has a bit of an episode right now. Bit of an episode. I'm just getting a drink and then we'll continue. Just so everyone knows why I'm suddenly a bit quieter. I'm very thirsty today for some reason. I don't know why or how, but that's that. Devon would never do that. Devon would never think to do that. As he's thinking this, something flickers in Cameron's vision. Hard to describe, but there's a vividness to what he's seeing. And then the lighting begins to change, just like it did next to the lake. The coyote stops, wretched and apprehensive, not really interested in having visions at the moment. He doesn't have a say in the matter, though. This time the lighting takes on such a surreal, ominous, blood-red glow that even though Cameron thought he was prepared, he definitely isn't. He stands in the unnatural light feeling a bit sick, but then realizes he's actually someone else. It's like when he saw the girl's life but he seems to snap into his host and looks down at the body of a creature he can't quite make out. The person he's become breathes heavily, doubled over his giant paws, on his knees, feeling sick. He'd never killed someone before. This little bundle of sticks, this little fact deserved it, at least. He spits on the body, then suddenly realizes he needs to get rid of it. As far as he knows, no one knows that he's here, all the way from Peyton. And if he can't get rid of the body, no one will ever know he did it. He prepares himself, finding it easier and easier to come to terms with the murder. The thrill he got from it, the swooping feeling in his chest that immediately made his dick get hard. It's a bit worrying, even to him. Oh shit, it's Brian! With a deep breath, he leans down, but then suddenly feels like he's being watched. Slowly, he looks up. It hovers over the road, watching him. He'd seen a handful of UFOs, all of them while he was an echo. He'd come to realize that it wasn't aliens, or whatever the fuck people believed in. It was supernatural or something, like a ghost. He suddenly thinks back to last week, when that space shuttle blew up while his class watched it on TV. He'd been the only one to laugh when it happened. So Brian and Cameron's mom were both affected by this happening. Huh? They both were in school while the Challenger blew up and watched it on TV. Interesting. Not really because it was funny, but because it was so unexpected and so boring up until that point. To him, that's the only way space could be haunted with ghosts. But for some reason, he doesn't think anything living, or at least anything that was living, is involved with this. What he realized is that those crafts, made of metal, glass, and covered in lights, are empty. As far as he's concerned, they are no different from the ghosts. Ghosts that weren't people at all. They are hollow shells, only there to feed on the sick feeling he got when seeing them. Only there to watch him so that the small amount of guilt he had might grow just a little bit bigger. And tonight, aliens would visit him, to torture him, to violate him. Not really aliens, but the same thing as the ghosts that people see in this town. It's all the same. So he ignores it as he gets to work. And it hovers over his head, even as he feels his red eyes on the back of his neck. Cameron isn't sure what to think right now. A UFO? What? While the shadow creature in the forest had been strange, he hadn't seen it. He only heard someone recounting it. Cameron assumed that man in his vision wasn't in his right mind. Maybe misinterpreted what he was experiencing. But this? A full-blown craft in the sky above a dead body. Now Cameron is almost positive he's been toyed with. Like Raincoat Monster in the motel room. It just makes him feel like he's going crazy. And it reminds him that for some inexplicable reason, he thought Dev might be in on it. How did he even consider that Dev would be involved in this? Besides, even now, despite it being almost completely silent, aside from the crunch of his footsteps on the gravel road, the voices are insistent, even louder. And how would he hide speakers out here in the middle of nowhere? It's a psyop, Cameron. He hit the speaker in your booty. Now that he's focusing on those voices, he can actually start making out some words. Sentence fragments. Singing. They sang. Since the cities are always. You piece of shit. Stop doing. Every time he catches a new voice, fades away before it finishes what it's saying. Cameron stops so he can hear better. Ears up. But the voices fade back to barely noticeable whispers on the wind. Cameron remembers those ghost hunting shows he'd watched a few times. The way they're always trying to communicate. So he clears his throat awkwardly. Hello? Are you trying to talk to me? Do you have something you'd like to say? Cameron isn't really sure he would be saying you because the voices are such a mixture of many. But why would they all congregate on this one dirt road? I feel like they all died here, maybe? Maybe this is not a dirt road, maybe it's a secret graveyard. Either way, they seem to have moved on, so Cameron starts walking again. It's something we should see. You think you're special. Stupid shit. Again, Cameron stops and so do the voices. Hello? Silence. The words don't even really make sense. If the ghosts are trying to talk to him, wouldn't they say something useful? Maybe they just don't like him. And if it's replaying, and if it's a replaying of something in the past, why are they just babbling nonsense? Cameron sighs and takes a step back. You stupid. The coyote freezes, suddenly making a connection. He looks at his foot, then brushes at. He looks down at his foot, then brushes it back and forth over the gravel. Stupid stack of shit. Cameron stares. It's coming from the gravel. From the sound of it anyway. Wait. This is really a secret graveyard? Have been people buried under the gravel? Probably. Maybe. This could be a possibility. A gentle wind tickles over the fur in his ears. And the whisper continues. Suddenly he's back in his trailer with his mother. He's lying on the couch, nodding out after snorting his pills. His mom on the other side of the trailer is kneeling amongst the debris of markers for odd shapes. She'd always been meticulously clean, emphasizing that while they might live in a trailer, they can still make it look nice. But over the past year, she'd seemed to care less and less. And now, dishes were used and never cleaned. Boxes taken out, opened, and left where they were eaten. Cameron himself couldn't be bothered to tidy up. It's easier now that his mom doesn't give a fuck. He can't do his drugs right in front of her now. What a shitty fate, dude. Like, imagine your mom just... I mean, she probably cared in her own weird way, as he already admitted, because she got an epinephrine pen for when, she got a medicament. I don't think it was epinephrine, it was something else. For when he overdosed on heroin. And he survived because of that. And he also admitted his mom did never do heroin. So she bought it all for himself. But yeah. Narcan. Yeah, Narcan. It was Narcan. The post-it note and strips of fabric tied to every arch. His mother spotted. Even thinks Cameron pretty sure aren't arches. Made the place look like a disaster anyway. What does bother him though as he watches herself? What does bother him though as he watches her through half-lidded eyes? It's the way she looks. Her fur is disheveled and sticking up in different places. And she's in some clothes she's been in for a week. The interesting point. Oh no. Cameron can't be. I was thinking if Cameron could be like Janice's son, but he can't be. I know that Janice had a son, but it's not Cameron. He studied IT. Exactly. He's some kind of IT guy. I think she said that at least in DJ's storyline. She started to have a strange odor about her. But Cameron felt too weird telling his own mom she smelled bad. Sad. You have to tell people around you if they smell bad. Even if it's ugly. Sometimes you just don't have another choice to tell your loved ones, look, you fucking smell. Go take a shower. Change your clothes. Change your underwear. Whatever. Make yourself a little bit fresher. It's sad. He almost wishes she'd scream at him and slap him like she did whenever she found his drugs. Almost. Because right now he feels so good. And she seems happy enough to listen to that fan. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to do something real quick. Give me a second. It won't be too long. Cameron covers his muscle, heart pounding, listening to the whispering wind. No, no! His eyes blur with tears. He turns around because he's worried someone might be watching him. And his feet scrape the gravel. Sadness seems to always. Cameron covers his ears, feeling the now familiar rising tide of panic in his chest. He's going crazy. Just like his mother, he's losing his mind. But his mother changed over the course of months. This is so sudden. He's never heard voices before. Or has he? The hallucinations he'd had of Devon hanging. That was a voice. Yeah, but that was like a few hours ago. But that could have been a dream too. Now Cameron's breathing is really starting to get out of control. And he wants to run back to Devon and apologize, just so they can hold each other again. Of course Devon wouldn't fuck with him over this. And Cameron can't understand why he thought that. It seemed like a possibility just 5 minutes ago. But something holds him from running back right now. And that's because if he's crazy, he doesn't want Dev to see it. Sure. He'd had a few nervous breakdowns and panic attacks in the first few years of their relationship. But that's normal crazy. This is actually crazy. It's psychotic. And while Dev... Hey, Donnie! Welcome. Thank you for coming in. And while Dev would hold him, comfort him, take him away from this place, who's to say what would happen after that? Behind his outgoing nature and warm smile, Dev would be doubting their relationship. He already is. He'd be worn down by Cameron's deteriorating mental state, his deteriorating hygiene, the deterioration of the man he once knew, as the spiral into delusions deepens. I think you're underestimating Devon here, Cam. Stop it. Stop it. I'm not mom. No, but you're her son. That voice, the one that comes from inside his head. The one that doesn't feel like his inner voice. The one that won't shut the fuck up. Cameron is walking back the way they came. Back toward Devon. Toward what he knows is real and safe. But is he? Yes. Even though he's scared, he says it confidently, and strangely enough, he feels what seems like a pause on the voice's end. Like it's not quite sure how to respond. Good. Cameron thinks, this time with his own thoughts. He makes sure to walk to the side of the road, the dusty, somewhat rocky surface, preferable to the whispering gravel. They just missed each other, didn't they? Devon keeps trying to figure out how things could have gone so wrong. His feelings earlier about an impending catastrophic failure now feel fully validated. It's happened. He took those courses emphasizing engineering ethics. He studied cases in which every step of disaster was detailed and exactly how each step was preventable. He took great care in his career to make sure he would never become one of those case studies, that the machines he helped design were as safe as possible. And while he'd already thought this, it's the fact he didn't even know Cameron was on antipsychotics at some point, just that he was on meds. He knew Cameron's problems were concerning, and he reassured himself with crash course in abnormal psychology. While he was never as openly disdainful as his peers, the idea of trying to explain complex behavior through endless theories was frustrating, to say the least. He chalked it up to him being one of those people who simply needed a solid answer, a number. But he also remembered those months when Cameron was on his medication. How one night he'd had Dev sit with him in the arts building on campus. It was late and no one was around, and Cameron almost angrily bashed on the keys of the grand piano, asking him if any of it sounded good. Dev said it sounded fine. Then the coyote finally broke down, saying he couldn't write music anymore. That emotionally things had become black and white, and that there was a wall between him and who he was. That the medicine he was taking was the reason why he fucked up his chance with the label. And as Cameron sobbed over the piano, Devon had decided that psychology doesn't know a thing about people. About how people work. Oh yes, it does. It absolutely does. You just didn't, how would I say this without sounding stupid? You just didn't apply it correctly, I guess. Cameron needed to be on medication, probably. And they should have probably given him more options to readjust. But nobody knows that he needs readjusting if he doesn't talk about it. That's like a big issue. That psychiatrists might be as well drug dealers with an office. Okay, that might be true in the specific case of the US. I will say that. I don't know, any US viewers want to chime in on that? It had been the same for his mother after what happened with Lupita. Even now she struggles with her addiction to benzodiazepines, something carelessly prescribed to her so she'd stop wailing all the time. To Devon, it seemed like psychology never moved past lobotomies. Instead, they just converted it into pills. I mean, no pill in the world will help you. um, getting rid of your problems, you also need to actively work on them. Like a combination of a psychiatrist and medication is often the best way to go. It's not like just a magic pill and it's gone. It's like a long road, a very long road, a very long road with any mental health issues. And he never really changed that mindset. And it's why he never encouraged Cameron to seek some sort of help, especially if he didn't want it. What he took away from this research is that hallucinations of any kind are a serious concern and should never be brushed off. He had done just that with the idea that maybe there's more to hallucinations for some people than psychology will ever understand. Maybe it's ghosts. Devon wants to hit himself. Don't do that, Devon. In fact, he wishes the Weasel man had added a kick in the... I think Devon has a humiliation fetish. In fact, he wishes the Weasel man had added a kick to the nuts to go with the gut punch. Something else he'll help to remind him now how utterly stupid he is. The concept of paranormal is so far from his mind at this point that he doubts he'll ever dabble in it again. See? There he is, dude. Devon looks up and sure enough, he sees Cameron running toward them. The smile of release on the coyote's face seems to break the dam of emotion in Dev's chest. That wild look he'd had earlier, the one that had looked at him as if he were a stranger, is gone. The next thing he knows, he's running too. He wonders why Cam is running on the rough rocks and thorny vegetation, but Devon just joins him and Cameron runs into his chest with a thump. I'm sorry, I don't know what the hell I was. Stop, you're fine. That's all I care about. You are fine. But I don't know if I'm... You're here and you're fine and we're gonna go home, okay? Yeah. Careful! Devon, rocking them back and forth on the uneven rocky ground, sends them to the dirt. But Devon just pulls Cameron into his lap, still hugging him tightly. Meanwhile, Artie is looking away, seeming to have spotted something very interesting in the miniature forest just off the road, though he's smiling. I'm sorry for bringing you here. I don't know what else to say. I'm just sorry. No, it's my fault for thinking I was special and I had superpowers or something. None of this is your fault, okay? Guys, stop it, okay? Just be happy you're reunified and get the fuck out of this town. Because it won't get the fuck better. Cameron stays quiet and Devon is content to just hold the coyote, both of them sniffling. Meanwhile, the coyote plucks a sagebrush that's rubbing up against them, which he holds to his nose. You know how I hate the desert? Devon tries to adjust to the jarring shift in conversation that goes along with it, assuming Cameron just wants to focus on other things for now. I'm starting to hate it too, actually. Cameron inhales this brick of sagebrush in his paw again. Well, I love the smell of sagebrush. The way the whole desert smells like it. I suppose it's alright. There's something about it that reminds me of Christmas. That's weird. Coming from someone who grew up surrounded by pine forests. Like when we went up to my dad's cabin. Now that's a smell I can't get behind. I guess I got too used to it. And sagebrush is just different. The desert version of pine forests. Pines can grow in the desert. And I mean the ones in the northwest. We should go to your dad's cabin again, that was fun. Yeah, and get eaten by a monster or something. Wendigo is real, by the way. And Bigfoot too. Oh, really? Thought you didn't like it. In all honesty, Death hadn't either. He had meant to take Cameron ice fishing, like his father had taken him so many times. The second they got up there, he realized how woefully underprepared he was. I complained too much, but we should go in the summer so we don't have to dig through 4 feet of snow just to open the cabin. Dev almost laughs at the memory of being so exhausted by the time he opened the cabin that his plans to romantically make love to Cameron went out the window the second they got to bed. Yeah, I imagine that wasn't the best thing. Yeah, I'll ask my dad about it when we get back. I just want to be somewhere with you, far away from this. Yeah, far away from this. Dev, I don't think I'm actually psychic. I hallucinated a UFO a little bit ago. That's not real. Oh, just saw one? Well, in my mind I was someone else. I saw a dead body, and I saw a spacecraft in the sky. It didn't make any sense. I see. Well, you won't have to worry about that anymore once we're out of here. I really, really hope we won't. Dev is going to ask him to elaborate or tell him that UFOs are commonly reported in Echo, especially in times when supernatural activities is at its peak. While he wants to convince Cameron he isn't mentally ill, he knows that's not what he should be doing right now. Even though he wants to deny it, he doesn't know if it's true or not. He believes Cameron is psychic, but Dad's taken a backseat to the possibility that something else happening too. And Dev can't be the one to figure that out for Cameron. He can only be there to support him. Oh shit! I think Artie's in the forest. Eh? Sure enough, Artie's disappeared. Oh god, no, Artie, you stupid fuck. Yeah, well, he'll be alright. We'll just call for him. Not really a big forest anyway. Dev, that's where the shotgun guy is. Oh fuck, I forgot. Dev stares at the tree line hopefully. Dev, we have to get him. Well, we shouldn't be far in at all. Anyway, we can warn him real quick, but let's keep our voices down. They get up and move toward the forest. That is a mistake. That is their biggest mistake so far. Dev wants to tell Cameron to wait on the road, but at the same time, worried about losing him again right after finding him. This is the biggest mistake they're gonna make tonight. I feel like. Somehow the seemingly innocuous patch of trees is even more ominous during the day. Artie? Dev whispers loudly into the trees, holding Cameron's paw as they descend into the ditch and over onto the forest side. They only take a few steps into the trees before Artie calls back. Yo, taking a whiz! Figured you guys wouldn't want me staring. Dude, shut up! Dev continues to shout, whisper. What's up? Devon can see movement from Artie now. Some of the bushes about 10 feet ahead of them shifting. This is where the shotgun hick yelled at us. Oh, I'm almost done anyway. Dev sighs and notices Cameron with his ears low, looking anxious. You alright, baby? Do you hear like radio static? Really loud. Dev listens but only hears some wind through the trees. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we are in the endgame now. I think it's just the leaves, honey. But then there's something, maybe, what could be described as static. Actually. Jesus! Jumps his phone as his phone's notification sound goes off. Well, I definitely heard that. I do think it's just the wind, but I'm hearing it too. He takes his phone out, seeing that an email managed to get through. Cotton Inn reservations, important booking information. Due to ongoing public health emergency, our reservations have been cancelled. We sincerely apologize. The notification banner cuts off and the serial message makes Devon feel like they're isolated from the world now more than ever. Hey, the Weasel punched the bear, not the other way around, Mike. He wonders if he should try to call the police, even though he only has one bar. At this point, he'd be willing to just let the authorities know that they are stranded before anything else can happen. Then something out of the corner of his eye catches his attention. It looks like the wall of a structure of some kind. Beige and peeling. Hard to see through the leaves and the branches. Devon holds up his paw in front of Cameron, signaling for him to stay put before taking a few cautious steps into the forest. He thinks it's a trailer, one that looks so run down that he wouldn't be surprised if it's abandoned. It's exactly where the shotgun-wielding hick boss, as you call him. I wouldn't go there, Dev. I wouldn't go there. Time for good idea and bad idea. Good idea? Get the fuck out of Dodge. Bad idea? Get to the trailer. What unsettles him is that it's buried so deep in the trees. It's like it's meant to be hidden. He can try to make a call further down the road. Away from whatever that is. I'm here, no need to check on me. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna try to make a call on the road, but we are going straight. The look on Artie's face makes the bear pause. What? What the fuck? His voice is quiet, but his tone is one of confusion and shock, staring over Dev's shoulder. Devon feels dread creep over him. Not sure how something else could be happening right now. Something terrible. Something so terrible that Artie has that look. Oh yeah, Alex. It's going down. Cameron stands where he left him. Oddly enough, he doesn't even seem to be paying attention to them. He's staring up towards the trees. Devon can see his eyes starting from left to right. His ears are lying back and twitching, like he's hearing something that's too loud. His breathing is heavy, and Devon can see his chest heaving. He's panicking again, but the reason for it is clear. About a single second is all Dev has to see it and to hear it. And then it drops onto Cameron. Oh boy! Cameron is suffocating. Just moments ago, he'd been gasping for breath, feeling the invisible dread creep up his back, the deafening static growing in his ears. But now it's completely black, and something has its limbs around him, fingers over his mouth and nostrils. He thrashes around, or at least he tries to. He goes through the motions, but there's no sensation of movement. A straining inhale of air drones right next to his ear. The thing pressing its head to the side of his face. Cameron begs it to let it go. Tries to call for help. Devon was in front of him only seconds ago. Or minutes? The voice in his head returns. Or hours? Or has it been years? It doesn't matter when you are dead. Cameron does think he's died, and that he's in hell, because of course he'd end up there. There is no hell. This is death. This is what happens to everyone, Cameron. Cameron realizes then that it's not the thing holding on to him that's speaking to him, because now is when it starts to speak, but it's not a voice he expects. No, get away! A woman's voice. Stupid fucking cunt! Cheating whore! A man's voice. A sickening thud. The tone of the static changes and Cameron knows he's listening to something different. Different moment. He's dead, you can't stop now. Nah, he's still twitching. And it continues. What sounds like someone screaming through a gag. A woman sobbing, a man begging. But then there's a shift. And though most of the voices were women, they become almost exclusively young men. If you let me go, I won't tell anyone, I swear to God. No me ma... What? No me maids, por favor. Stop, stop, stop. Just stop. And the voices blend together and go on and on and on. Meanwhile, Cameron goes limp, giving up, feeling as one with the voices that comes next. So I presume Brian is kind of possessed too, but he didn't become a woman murdering abysmal asshole. He became a man murdering abysmal asshole. Why don't you just kill me? Devon watches as Cameron's body just goes limp. And though he tries to leap forward and catch him, the coyote slips to the ground at his feet. The bear instantly picks him up, or tries to. Though it's something he'd done many times before, he'd never done it while Cameron was completely lifeless. And he struggles with the coyote's dead weight. Cameron! He lays the coyote out on his back, hoping he just wakes up. What the fuck is... What the fuck was that? Dude, what the hell was that thing? Whatever it was just seemed to absorb into Cameron, disappearing in an instant. Devon doesn't care. 2 days ago, he would have thought he'd give almost anything to see something like that. Now, it doesn't seem to matter at all. Cameron's chest, that had been heaving seconds ago, isn't moving at all now. Fuck! Artie! He's not breathing, man. What do we do? Yeah, exactly. Chest compressions. Holy shit, maybe chest compressions, right? Right? I have the feeling those two fucking idiots don't even know how to decompress someone at this point. How do you not know what to do in this case? The panic is threatening to overwhelm the bear, his peripheral vision dimming, going dark, and he has to rest a paw next to Cameron's head to steady himself. He can't pass out now, otherwise Cameron would only have Artie to help him, and the cat is seemingly frozen, his fingers twisting into his head fur. Why is this happening? Why is this even happening? Why would he just stop breathing? Devon tries to tilt Cameron's head back, straighten his torso so he can breathe. I mean, I really don't know what to do in this situation. I mean, nobody really would. I'm just giving Dinner a little bit of shit, you know? Gotta be arguably entertaining. Arguably. Come on, breathe. Cam, just breathe, please. Devon rubs at Cameron's chest. It's such a desperate, useless gesture. Do you know how to do CPR? Yeah, that's almost what I would do in this situation, probably. I probably would be deathly afraid that whatever just jumped into Cameron would jump into me, but I would still do CPR, especially since it's the love of my life, I guess. No! How do you not know how to do CPR? Guys! Death readies himself, wishing he could remember a single useful thing from the one day he learned about CPR in high school. All he remembers is tittering with his classmate about the female mannequin's chest and how they had to touch it. His vision blurs as he uselessly places his paws over the other in Cameron's chest. And then a droning ragged wheeze comes from the coyote's mouth. Oh my god, Cam! Another labored wheeze. He's breathing, right? That's right, Cam. Keep going, baby. He is, but it's still strange. Like something heavy is on his chest. And maybe take your paws. Maybe take your paws away. Not sure what else to do. Devon pulls Cameron into a sitting position, leaning on the coyote against his body. And Cameron gasps. Oh, thank fuck God. Just keep breathing like that, honey. Yes. Even Artie is crying, wiping his eyes as he laughs. But what just attacked him? You saw that thing, right? Or am I crazy? Devon shakes his head. I don't know what it was. I don't know. But you saw it, right? You saw it too? I think you saw it too. Now Devon just needs Cameron to regain consciousness, so he knows he's okay for sure. Never had he seen evidence of or believed that the supernatural could physically harm the living. Let's get out of this forest, dude, in case it comes back. Yeah, you're right. He's very careful with how he moves Cameron, terrified that his breathing might stop again. But as he stands, cradling Cameron in his arms, he looks up. Standing 20 feet away, toward the trailer, is another bear. He's holding a shotgun. Devon stares, feeling himself become oddly detached from the situation. Okay, so let me say it like this. You guys are totally fucked right now. His mind is so overwhelmed with what just happened to Cameron. That's what he wants to focus on. But the shotgun has his attention now. And for just a moment, Devon thinks about just running. If he applies logic to the situation, he assumes the other bear won't shoot. But something inside... He won't shoot. Oh, I'm pretty sure he won't shoot too, but... There's something more to this. Something is off. Oh, something's definitely fucking off with that one. It's like spoiled cheese, dude. You can smell it. Yo, Wildfire, welcome! So Devon says what he hopes will make clear to his other bear that they are not a threat. We need help. We are stranded and our friend is unconscious. Oh, gee. Devon just handed them over on a silver platter. Just woke up and remembered. Nice. I hope you slept well. I hope you did. The old-looking bear focuses on him for several seconds. Devon hears the rustling of dead leaves and foliage next to him as Arturo moves. Suddenly, the bear swings the shotgun around to point to Devon's right. Don't you move, boy! Hey, I'm sorry. Don't shoot. Arturo sounds terrified, his voice strained and high-pitched. The old bear stares at Artie for several seconds before pointing the shotgun down toward the ground, but only slightly. The bear gestures at the coyote. You doing something to him? What? Doing something? No, we are trying to help him. Something attacked him. We need to get him help. The older bear grimaces. What do you mean, something? Dev hesitates, at least until the gun is shifted in his direction. No, wait! I'm not waiting! You show up on my property making all kinds of sounds. You're standing there with a knocked out yote. Hey, we didn't do anything to him. We are trying to... Brian's like, I am the serial killer here. I am harming the yotes here. You two are encroaching on my territory. Get away from him. This is my job. The bear growls. I don't care if you're trying to help him or trying to fuck him. I want to know the truth. Not that something happened. The standoff continues for a few more seconds before Death jumps in again. It was something dark like a shadow. I called it something because I didn't get a chance to see it, but it jumped on him and disappeared. Devon realizes what he's saying as he says it and half expects to be shot for saying something so... At least Steph has realistic expectations. I swear to God that's what happened. The old bear eyes flick to Artie, and the cat quickly throws his support behind this ridiculous statement. Oh, that's Dale's wife. Yeah, that is what happened. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was there. It was dark and had red eyes and or some shit. I don't even think we should be here right now. Devon once again wants to tell Artie to shut up. That saying more is only going to make the situation worse. But instead of getting angry again, and an odd expression comes over the other bear's face, one that Devon can quite decipher. Then he finally speaks casually, bringing the shotgun up to rest over his shoulder. And it jumped on him, that Yoda there. Yeah. Alrighty, I'm guessing you all are on some drugs or some shit? No. Using out in the heat ain't even ever a smart idea. We weren't. Devon trails off, realizing doesn't matter at all right now. We need to get him help. He's not waking up. Devon kneels, resting Cameron on the ground as he half props him up, needing to rest his tiring arms. There's a pause in which this other bear just stares down at them. A pause that's long enough that Dev opens his mouth to speak up again. But that's finally when the older bear seems to break out of his trance. Shit, of course! Sorry about the gun and all. It's just that I always get a bunch of goods on my property every now and then. Devon looks up at this suddenly friendly bear. My God, can you imagine the smell? The guy still looks rotten as shit. In the back of his mind, he thinks he almost can hear the sirens. Yeah, he looks like somebody you totally trust. Very familiar sirens. Shit's not even loaded! The bear grunts as he brings the shotgun forward, pointing it back toward the ground before it seems to break in half as the stock suddenly drops down. The bear turns to show them that the barrels are empty. Because the bear likes to murder his victims with his two paws after torturing them. That actually does make Devon feel a little bit better, even if the gun had been pointed at them just minutes ago. I mean, technically. The bear closed it with a snap. So, I think your best bet is to call the proper authorities so they can get some help out here. Do you know how we can do that? There's no service here. Of course there ain't. But there's service outside of town. To the east. Works whenever I go out there to make a call. Yeah. I feel like he does. Dev's heart leaps in his chest at this idea that there might actually be a quick way out of this situation. He looks in an eastward direction, ready to set off immediately. Hold on! It's a little ways out there, and it's pretty specific. It's a pretty specific spot. I can give you a quick ride. No more than 5 minutes. And then I'll choke you to death. Oh wait, I shouldn't have said that out loud. The old bear turns away and starts making his way towards the trailer. Artie glances at him, clearly uneasy about all of this. Dev is hesitant himself because of course he would be. Anyone would be. Don't worry, Dev would still trust. Of course he's another bear. How would you distrust another bear, right? Right? Anyone would be, but after everything they've been through. Devon looks down at Cameron. The coyote still breathing steadily, now looking almost peaceful. Still fear grips the bear's chest. The fact that Cameron still isn't waking up is slowly increasing his worry to the point of panic again. So he sets his jaw and follows the old bear. He half expects Artie not to follow, but he does. And the four of them disappear further into the tree. Four of them? Okay. Cameron's agony had seemed as if it might last forever. The feeling of suffocation going on and on. But after an immeasurable amount of time, the fingers over his mouth and nostrils had dissolved into the blackness. So did the voices diminish into the indistinguishable whispers. Now his breaths come slow and steady, but he has to focus on them. To consciously inhale and exhale, so that it won't stop. While the experience is terrifying, the laborious nature of it almost ensures that he won't hyperventilate. After a time, the terror fades into a dull, hollow desperation, accompanied by spurts of panic each time he remembers he's somewhere he doesn't understand, and that he can't seem to escape. Then gradually, even that dissolves, and like a dream within a dream, it fades away. Cameron's vision is blurry at first, and it stays that way as his eyes remain mostly closed, unfocused. Fear hitches in his chest. Again, before he realizes that he'd been breathing normally without the need to focus on it. That's when he notices that what he can see is a bit odd. Looks kind of like... No. 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 Oh no. 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 Like himself. Cameron stares, still feeling groggy and out of it, trying to make sense of what he's seeing. You're on a torture rack, staring at the ceiling mirror. You're going to die here, Cameron, and it's your fault. It's him, his reflection, but it's hard to understand why that's the case, because it feels like he's lying down. And first, the coyote wonders if maybe this is the floor mirror in their bathroom and that he'd passed out. Still, the angle is wrong. And that just leaves Cameron feeling more confused. Nice callback. Paint me like one of your yachts. The coyote closes his eyes again, trying to remember what happened last time. He also begins to wonder why he's lying on something soft instead of the cold tile of the bathroom. Nothing makes sense. Oh, it will make sense in a minute when the grizzly is going to choke the shit out of you, Cameron. Then everything will make sense, believe me. It'll take a while until you get used to it, but you are so fucked. So he does the only thing he can think of at the moment. The death? He hears something. He hears something shift around next to him. Cameron tries to clear his throat, but it's bone dry, so he swallows instead. Oh, you're going to swallow a lot. Death! Shit! Wow, this trailer looks oddly clean for being Brian's trailer. Like, last time we saw that thing, it was a fucking dump. Brian cleaned up his act quite significantly, I would say. It just looks a little bit messy. Jeez, like, I would imagine that this looks much more fucked up. This is oddly even more scary. Yeah, kinda. Something is pressed to his lips and, sensing that it's water, Cameron drinks, generally getting several swallows before it's being pulled away. Cameron then looks around, getting a full view of his surroundings. The voice hadn't sounded like Dev's, but Cameron can't imagine who else it could be. And a large furry brown shape moves into view. Jesus Christ, he has grown some man tits. Holy fuck. Those moves are fucking epic, dude. I mean, he's still a fucking piece of shit, but nice moves, dude. Very nice. Cameron stares at first, wondering what could have possibly happened to Dev. Why is everyone so much harder through Cameron's eye? I don't know. Maybe Cameron has a better view on the world than Chase. Look at him. Look at him. They even got the belly right here. This is drawn really well, honestly. Ryan Archer's redesign did immeasurable damage to some people's psyche. It's me, I'm some people. I mean, he is drawn extremely well, I will admit to that. Like, not knocking the artist here, but just because you beautify glorify a serial killer doesn't mean I will fall in love with him. He's still a fucking piece of shit and should rot in hell. Like, I don't care what kind of influence the town had on his psyche or his upbringing. He's irredeemably bad to me. But then he realizes what a stupid thought that is. Moves into view. Cameron stares, at first wondering what could have possibly happened to Dev. But then he realizes what a stupid thought that is. This is a different bear altogether. He also realizes that something is definitely wrong. That either he's still dreaming or that he's in a situation he can't even begin to understand. He quickly sits up and the old bear raises a paw. Hey, it's alright, kid, I'm here to help you. I'm here to fucking murder you. The voice is higher pitched than he would have expected from such a large creature. And the coyote feels like he's heard it before, but he can't place it. Not right now, at least. I'm Brian. What about you? Cameron. Cameron responds automatically. Even though a smaller voice in the back of his head tells him this isn't right. None of this is right. Well, hi there, Cameron. You're probably wondering where the hell you are, huh? Well, the bear's demeanor is friendly enough. His appearance definitely isn't. I think others would disagree with you. As I heard just now, that Brian is very much beloved in this redesign by some parts of the eco community. Again, Cameron desperately tries to remember exactly what happened last and where exactly he might be. He nods away instinctively, trying to keep up the facade that he's fine and that he doesn't suspect that everything is wrong. Well, it's a funny story, but I heard some shout outside, and when I went out there, I found you and your friends. You were unconscious, of course. Yeah, I think that's a great point, Wildfire. I think that's where this redesigns actually really shines. He probably in this case looks like a very experienced, let's say, guy. I won't say gay. I mean, he's completely closeted too, of course, but he looks like an experienced guy that would take care of you. And he does take care of you, but like not in the way you want it to be taken care of. Dev? Was he a bear? Cameron looks around hopefully, as if Dev might be there with them. It's only then that he realizes they are in a trailer, and fragments of what happened recently start come back to him. It leaves him feeling all the more uneasy. Yeah, a bear, like myself. And there was a cat too. Artie. The memories of the past day and a half come back to the coyote slowly, and with it comes a feeling of anxiety and dread. And it also seems like that Brian has changed his modus operandi, because I feel like he was much more straight to the point in Echo. Here he's really toying with his prey, seemingly. Either he's in trouble or he was in trouble, and somehow this bear is there trying to help him. Well, I didn't get his name. He ran off just as I was getting there. Where's Dev? The bear, I mean. Is he here? Yeah, about that. The bear shifts around on the bed he's sitting on, making the spring squeak. What happened to is after the cat ran off and you were unconscious, your bear friend Devon, right? He decided to make a run for the highway to get you help. He seems to be much more into foreplay now, yeah. Yeah, probably torturing us too. I will say that. Cameron stays quiet as he tries to absorb that. The bear sentences make sense technically, but at the same time it's confusing. Why would Devon leave him here alone with this bear? Now Cameron remembers that they were on a trip of some kind, a trip to Echo. The voice trailer. Cameron starts looking around again, trying to spot a shotgun, because now he's starting to realize who this might be. I don't... He comes up short at a complete loss. So it's kind of interesting what Brian did with Artie and Dev. I mean, it can't be good what he did to them, but still interesting. He probably bound and gagged them somewhere, and maybe anally forced himself on them. No, not anally. Wait, what am I saying? Oh God. I'm tired. And he kind of played with the idea that Brian maybe turned his life around somewhat. It's an interesting idea. Okay, we'll see if that really is the case. I don't believe it. I think Brian is the complete unchecked menace, but yeah. Maybe they do that. He comes up short at a complete loss. What he wants to say is that he wants to see death. But if what the bear said is true, there's not much he can do. Does Devon know I'm here? Of course he does. Seems real worried about you. Said he would have had the cat get help, but we are not even sure where he ran off to. Why'd he run? Well, Brian pauses, seeming to think back and also seeming hesitant to say something. Cameron tenses up, the feeling of wrongness returning. It's kinda hard to explain, but something spooked him. Recalling the events of the past few days seems to gain momentum, and now he vaguely remembers what happened just before he ended up here. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable take to Wildfire. That they would just start doing that, so it's not as obvious what happens next. But I'm calling it now. Brian's not changed at all. The only thing that changed is like he went to one hell of a fucking beauty surgeon, plastic surgeon. He was standing in the forest, ears down, hearing that awful static, but what exactly happened after that is still a bit foggy. What was it? Well, this might sound a bit crazy, but I've lived here a good while, and sometimes there's this thing in the trees that comes after me. Thing? What an odd thing to say. But then he remembers something strange right before he lost consciousness. A dark shadow dropping on top of him before he disappeared into another world, locked into that terrible embrace. A shadow. Although he says it softly, the bear clearly hears him. Cameron swallows hard, still feeling like this situation is very off, even when considering the circumstances. But Brian smiles in a way that's almost sympathetic. Did it happen to sound like static, white noises? Cameron looks at the bear carefully before he nods. Yep, I've seen it myself. Some of us can see things that others can't. Cameron swallows loudly. You see things too? Yeah, always good. Don't know why. Through all the confusion and terror, and of all people, this bear seems to understand exactly what Cameron is going through. He feels suddenly a sudden sense of kinship with the bear. And Cameron remembers his phone, quickly pulling it out and holding down the power button. Yes, exactly. The last person you want to relate to is Brian. The screen flickers on for just a moment before multiple vertical lines of black appear on the screen, which widen steadily before the entire display goes black. Cameron is confused, then remembers to fall into the lake, and he even sees some moisture still under the screen. Shit! Brian grunts, Is your phone busted? Shame. No service out here anyway. How long ago did he leave? About 2-3 hours ago? He'd been unconscious that long? Still, the anxiety is telling Cameron to move. Go. I think I should go after him. Thanks for your help, though. Cameron suddenly stands, but a wave of dizziness comes over him. Oh, fuck! The coyote catches himself against the wall, feeling weak and confused. What a kid! I don't think you're in the best condition to get out there. You might pass out again, and that bear seemed real intent on keeping you safe. Cameron has to lean against the wall, slightly catching his breath. He didn't realize that he still messed up. It would make sense since he'd been out for so long. It's just odd that it seems to be getting worse. Whatever that creature did to him, it felt serious. As if reading his thoughts, the bear brings up the entity. Besides, I don't think you should get out there while that shadow creature is still hanging around. I mean, seeing it through the window a few times. Don't want to scare you, but I think it wants you. Cameron glances up the window nearest to them. Instead of the shadow, he's surprised to see Raincoat Monster just beyond the trees, partially hidden in a strange, crouching position. Ryan looks like he's been through this 20 times with that face. Oh yeah. Stranger still are the odd shivering, twitching motions the creature is making. Though its face is mostly hidden, Cameron can tell he's being looked at. Even after everything he's been through, the coyote finds himself lowering his gaze quickly. Once again, just like when he was 8 years old, he's afraid of this hallucination. Or rather, he's afraid of this imitation of the hallucination. And considering that it's moving so violently, that's what it is. You see it? No. I mean, it's something else. Oh, what is it? Sometimes I see other really disturbing stuff in those woods. Well, most places in this town, actually. It's something more personal. Cameron is caught between wanting to stay cautious of this man, but also wanting to confide in him. After the trauma of the past 2 days combined with the feeling almost abandoned by his boyfriend, the coyote is desperate for some kind of connection. Oh, you're gonna get a connection. You're gonna get it. What kind of things do you see? Brian looks hesitant. I don't want to freak you out more than you already are. I'm okay. I'm just wondering if maybe we see similar things. Cameron smiles at him. That seems to throw the bear off for some reason. Brian, I'm scared. You're scared even more of Brian because he's not acting like Brian. Well. And he seems to snap out of it. To be honest, I see people getting killed usually. Not sure if it's real, like from the past, or if it ain't, sometimes it just feels like something's being made up. I mean, that you see people getting killed is not a surprise, Brian. Cameron can understand that feeling. Yeah, another wave of weakness and exhaustion. Sorry, I'm still really tired. Cameron slides down the wall to sit again, still feeling out of it. But at least he feels somewhat comfortable with this bear right now. Makes sense. After what you went through. You want my bed? Oh god. I'm good. Just need to catch my breath. He's not quite that comfortable with him. This is gonna sound weird too, but I see a ton of stuff in this town, and sometimes it feels made up, like I saw a UFO, like an alien spaceship above our body today. Great choice of words, Dick. Brian stares at Cameron. I see. Just as he was beginning to feel comfortable, the coyote feels himself back on the edge again. Did he say something wrong? I mean, I don't know if it was a UFO, but it looked... You're a fine kid. Just that I haven't known anyone else that's seen something that I've seen too. It was on that dirt road, right? Circular shape with a bunch of red lights on it. Cameron perks up. There's little question in his mind now that this bear is definitely like him. No, Cameron, he's not like you. You do not want to be like him at all. Stop that, Cam. Stop it. Get some help. Yeah, in like... Shit. When did that space shuttle explode? Like the mid-80s, I think? This time Brian lets out a little laugh of surprise. And maybe a little disbelief as well. 86 to be exact! That's damn crazy. I've met a few people like you, but you're on a whole new level, kid. I might spare you and not choke you to death. I will just force myself on you. Cameron stares back, briefly wondering if he's still dreaming of all this. You know what would be the funniest shit? If Cameron falls in love with Brian, leaves Steph, and then they start, and then slowly Cameron finds out who Brian really is, and Death comes to his rescue at the end, saving him from the psychopathic mass murderer, because the psychopathic mass murderer starts abusing him. Is this where this is going? I would love my ass off if they went for that storyline. I mean, they won't. That's not what they're going for, but it would still be funny. Cameron stares back, briefly wondering if he's dreaming all of this. It's almost too jarring trying to understand how he ended up here with this bear, but if it is a dream, it's not the worst one. But to think of Brian too. Canonically, Brian has a really high effeminate voice. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to replicate that, but it's yeah. we'll I try. So that somehow makes it scarier when he's acting nice. I mean, he's a scary dude all around, isn't he? Can you help me find Devon? Maybe you could take me up the road and the highway and we could catch up to him? With his bare butt. Oh my. Bare butts, huh? The bear leans back, scratching his head. I don't know about that kid. He took off at a good pace, and I'll bet he's probably already reached the highway by now. Probably in the process of alerting the authorities. Cameron twists the hem of his shirt in his paws, feeling a sickening, growing knot of worry in the pit of his stomach. He just wants to go, to run and find Dev, and escape the town with him, but the threat of what's out there is very real, and Cameron doesn't want to repeat what happened out there in the forest. And apparently Dev already escaped without him. It makes sense why he had to leave him behind, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. Only now are the memories of what happened during his blackout returning, and only now does he remember how it felt like being in hell. Can that shadow creature get in here? Nah, it seems to avoid the trail. I don't know why. You okay? I know exactly why it's avoiding the fucking trailer, Brian. I know exactly why. Cameron rubs his eyes with both paws. I don't know. His increasingly heavy breath prompts Brian to crouch in front of him, patting his shoulder roughly. Hey, you're fine. I'll make you something, okay? How does some tea sound? That always calms me down. Yeah, just after you murdered someone, right, Brian? The pats showed the coyote back to wakefulness, and he nods, if only to get the bear to focus on something other than him. I still find it interesting how someone like Brian is getting money out here. I mean, he's not exactly murdering rich people or like anything. So, I mean, where he gets his stuff is clear. He drives to Peyton. But I don't know how he gets like money for stuff. Is he on social security? Is he just rich? Does he just have a big bank account? Does he rob people? What? How? I'm thinking way too hard on this. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Orion. He deals drugs. I imagine he deals whatever Clint was using. Meth. Meth. Hey, idiot! Welcome. Yeah, I know. I'm fine. Yeah, but at this point, there's nobody around to sell to. I mean, he probably has some savings left, I guess. I'd be just interested in how he survives out here. The crazy lunatic mass murderer, how does he survive? Maybe he sells in Peyton still. It could be also the case. Okay. Great! I'll get started on it then. Just relax for now. I don't know why YouTube is so censor happy, Alex. Just try to skirt around it. I hope I understand it. That'll be awesome. I'm great. How are you, man? How is everything with you? Just, yeah, work lunch, like always. What are you having for lunch? At home on Wednesday, nice. And you have 2 weeks off again, right? The wind whips violently in Devon's face. It's powerful enough that he can barely breathe. The ominous sound of sirens were really the only thing that guaranteed he'd be home as soon as possible. Could be. He always took their warnings seriously, because what he warned of always terrified him. So now, in the haze of pain and horror, he wonders why he didn't heed the warnings. Chicken fettuccine alfredo. Oh my god, that sounds delicious. The mile-wide tornadoes that rip across the plains of his home state evoke a primal fear in him that few other things do. He felt that fear moments before his world became a flash of red pain. Before he saw Artie crumple lifeless to the ground. Did Brian kill Artie? Is that a thing? Is Artie dead? I don't want Artie to be dead. I mean, my server Artie dead, not clickbait gone wrong. I mean, Artie is like the prototypical stoner dude. I don't want my stoner dude to be dead, at least not now. Except maybe this is a slasher movie, then he's probably one of the first ones to go. The couple that has unprotected sex and he are most always exclusively the first ones to die. And the slut. And the slut. Before he saw Artie crumple lifeless to the ground, at the same time a pop echoed through the air. Before he was made to drink from the plastic bottle of water the other bear had brought out of his trailer. And before his paws were tightly bound above his head. As Devon briefly comes to in the red glow of the metal container, he's into the sound of metal chains and the feeling of cramped heat. He knows he should be doing something. Yeah, maybe. I mean, Devon, I know you're like a very protected kid and everything, but maybe just fucking grow a pair and be the bear that you're meant to be and like rip out of the trailer of the metal container and protect your boyfriend and kill the insane mass murderer. He should be helping someone he deeply cares about. Lupita, Artie, Cameron. You really sound like Echo right now. Yeah, I've been very, very long due with this franchise, seemingly. it influences and starts to influence me too, you know? Go crazy, kill for love. I believe in you. I mean, Brian kind of needs to go. Like I don't believe in this sympathetic serial killer bullshit. It will be cathartic if he dies to me, right? I feel like still that Brian is irredeemably evil and needs to be taken out back to the barn. Be the bear you always meant to be. Yeah, exactly. His voice is rough, dry, on the verge of breaking. His chest feels as if it's being crushed. Devon sinks back into the darkness even while his mind roils in terror, even as the F5 tornado continues to barrel right towards him. Cameron sits at the table as the bear busies himself near the stovetop with his back to the coyote. And again, the coyote contemplates leaving, either by asking Brian again or just walking out the door. But the pursuit of justice often leaves one blind. First comment was censored. Oh no. Well, again, YouTube is very censor happy. Oh yeah, Brian needs to go. Another glance towards the window confirms Raincoat Monster is still out there. This time standing high in the trees, perched on a branch still waiting. Cameron quickly looks away again. He feels deep down that if he leaves, another terrible thing is going to happen. If you stay here, there's also a terrible thing that's gonna happen. You have the choice, you know? But I think if you leave now, the terrible thing is going to happen earlier rather than later. While he believes the bear's story about what happened, something about this trailer is extremely uncomfortable, making him even more anxious. Might be the dead bodies buried below it. I need to really stop with the serial killer jokes. I think I'm overdoing it at this point. He thinks that must have something to do with his upbringing. The long, narrow space feeling familiar in the worst way possible. This is not a Hallmark movie. Brian is not the Christmas dude. And this is not a safe place to find yourself in. No, this is like the worst place to be in. It's like suddenly falling ill and being reminded of all the awful things one has when they're especially sick. Meanwhile, Brian is chattering about how chamomile is particularly effective when it comes to anxiety, and Cameron vaguely wonders why he's moving around so much if he's just making tea. Mostly though, Cameron is trying to think clearly, get his thoughts to line up correctly with the fog he still feels clouding his brain. It's making him extremely tired, and a couple of times the coyote is convinced that he's still dreaming. It's almost like he's high again, but without any of the positives of being high. His anxiety is already calming down, though despite the worry that whatever was in the forest might have done some kind of damage to his brain. He focuses his thought on Devon, trying to think clearly. At least there was an aphrodisiac. Would the bear really leave him alone like this? He could have at least left him a message to let him know what this is that this is what he wanted, that Cameron is safe in this situation. This is not what Devon wanted, Cameron. You're not safe in this situation, I say it again. But Cameron also knows that wouldn't have been all that practical. Sometimes I just wish these characters can hear us. Like, type into your keyboard, "You are not safe," and then whatever happens, happens. If Devon was really in a hurry, which he definitely would have been, he would have left him behind if he knew it was for the best, and if he knew the situation was safe. Yeah, you'd have to account for a lot of stuff. And I don't think... I mean, you probably can burn it down to a few commands. But in the end, those were all text adventure games, really, too. When there were no graphics on a computer, you basically just loaded up a text game and then you had a description on screen, what you see. And then you type in go left, go right, look around. Like, you had just a few commands that you could use. And that's what you would do. And that's actually pretty cool. I would try to program buzzwords. So if someone says the right word with the right synonym, it works. And then people see what worst thing works. Yeah. It would be a hard visual novel to do. I'd be thinking what kind of story that would be in. Anyways, I should get back to reading. By the way, little announcement. I might be working on a visual novel too, but yeah, I'm just dropping that like that in the middle of the stream. Yes, that's me. I'm not sure how I feel about sharing this right now, but yeah, we are doing something. So stay tuned. Maybe I'll share more in the future. Let's see how it pans out. There isn't really a way he could have left the message. Is it part of Game Jam? No. So what I want to do is a few details. So it's gonna be a short one. I do not plan on making it more than 30,000 words. And it's so the basic story is you play through the same story, but with two different duos or two different duos of main characters. So they react differently to the circumstance, they have different banter, and what I'm aiming for is basically making it like a fantasy buddy cop movie, if that makes sense. Something like, I don't know, Lethal Weapon, Bad Boys, but like more fantasy, steampunkish, something along those lines. And what I want to do is I want to work with my main artist, Breeze, with the character design, who also did Nori. That guy. He just needs to get back to me so we can finally start making the characters. Or designing the characters, essentially. And the plan is, for now at least, but I will stick to the plan, is that I'm gonna release the game for free. So the visual novel will be free. And I will add down the line a paid not safe for work patch that will be around $2 to $4, and that will unlock some very saucy art and also some not safe for work scenes within the visual novel, with writing and everything. So that's the plan. I call it the Gunnar tax. And my plan is to... I can't wait to see 30k turn to 45k through not safe for work alone. Probably. Like I said, I do try to do it, and I'm not sure if it's gonna be a great thing or not, but I said to myself, look, you like to write stuff, you've never ever published anything in writing, and it's time that you, at your age, do something in this vein. And if it flops, I can at least say, hey, I tried, you know? And maybe if it takes off, if people say, hey, that's good shit, I might expand on it. I have a good idea for like a universe, steampunk universe, and maybe I take the characters again and tell another story with it. Maybe I create new characters and tell other stories within it. But yeah, the people who read like what I got now were all positive on it and said it's good. So I do believe that at least it's entertaining and that I can give you something that you enjoy. That's the plan. And I want to have a prototype of it. So basically just a short thing that's maybe like 10-15 minutes long, depending on how fast you read, by the middle of 2025, the latest. And it's gonna be so when it comes to art, I will definitely make it a little bit more sparingly. Like I will do it more like Echo, because I have to finance everything out of my own pocket. I'm not strapped for cash, let's put it that way, but I also don't want to invest all that much into that project, because it's more or less just how do you call that in tech? A test of the waters, so to speak. Most of it is in the writing anyway, so yeah. But I trust Breeze, and I trust that we can get to a point where I can say, yeah, this is good, and we can release that for free, without people yelling at us that it's bad. But yeah. Just ask him. I mean, I could also hand it in during a game jam maybe, or make something with Breeze together to promote it. On the other hand, there's always this opportunity to do it. And I know game jams are really good, but you also need to have time to do a game jam, and I unfortunately ain't got a lot of time. That's mostly my issue. But I should consider it someday. By the way, follow Breeze. He's, like I said, the main artist. He's 83 Leonce on Twitter. He's lovely and he does great art. Just so I plucked him again. He mostly did, apart from my VTuber model, he did a lot of the art I post from the VTuber model. And he also did the keychains that were on sale. The chibis were for him. And yeah, he's now working with me on the visual novel. Like I said, I just need to hear back from him. That he has time to sit down and make the character. Okay, let's continue. There isn't really a way he could have left a message anyway, except for maybe a text. But with no phone and no service. If this Brian guy really wants to help them, though, he should have gone to the highway instead. He has to have a car, right? Not like he can't just survive out here in an old trailer. Cameron is starting to asking the right questions. Cameron fixes his face into a pleasant smile, knowing that it seemed to set the old bear at ease whenever he did. Do you have a car? Brian, seemingly absorbed in what he's doing, glances back. Well, I kinda share a truck with another guy in town. He happens to be out of town with that truck right now. Of course he would be, right? Of course he would be, Brian. Of course Duke would be out of town with that car and fuck you, Brian. Like, just go fuck yourself. Oh, okay. Brian smiles at him again. I can see why Daniel likes you. You're a friendly kid. He's called Devon. Oh, you mean Devon? Shit, yeah. The brain doesn't remember things like it used to. You're fine. Cameron stares at the table, feeling like that exchange was very strange. But it's hard to think through the cloudiness. Despite the dulled anxiety, the feeling is worrying him more and more. I'm actually feeling really weird. I'm so tired. Well, considering what happened to you, that makes sense. Not to pry, but do you do any drugs? Not anymore, at least. No, not anymore, at least. I mean, I had some weed like hours ago, but that should have worn off by now. Ryan shrugs. People always say weed ain't a big deal, but it's probably what fucked me up most back when I first tried. Cameron listens to the sound of liquid being poured into a cup. Yeah, I don't think I like it. But I shouldn't be still high, right? You shouldn't, but after my first time smoking, I felt high for fucking years. Even when I wasn't touching the stuff. I feel like Daniel was someone else. Oh no, it's even darker. Jesus Christ. I didn't even think of that. That's even fucking more dark than just getting the name wrong. It's just like out here. Oh yeah, the other victim. And Cameron feels a prickle of worry underneath the haze. Yes? Yep. It's the... what's it called? Depersonalization? Made me feel like my own paws were my own. And everything looked like all weird and disordered. Like a filter was in front of my eyes. Cameron vaguely recalled some of his own friends describing the exact same thing, even when their trips were supposed to be over. He'd experienced it himself while he was under the influence of various Watch the non-native speaker struggle with reading. Orko, you got this. Dissociatives. Thank you. I go through that without drugs. Yeah, you don't necessarily need drugs with noise. Having the same experience while he's supposed to be sober is borderline terrifying, though. Weed does that. His worry and panic break through the surface for a second, and he feels like for a moment he's surfaced from the muddy depth of his confusion before slipping back under. He can't live in a dream for the rest of his life. But what even is his life? Sitting here in a trailer with an old slightly smelly bear. Slightly smelly. At least he's only slightly smelly. I remember when Chase described him that it was completely gag-inducing. Seems like Brian found the shower after all these years. Well, I went away once. I stopped thinking about it. How did he even get here again? Where's Steph? Oh shit! Cameron suddenly grips the table, paws shaking as he feels as if he's lifting out from his body somehow, and that he has to hold on to something to remain in place. Astral projection, bitch! Hey, you're alright, kid. Here, Brian ambles over to his fridge, opens the freezer, pulls out the ice tray and drops a few cubes into the mug, the ice clicking loudly. He stirs it for a few moments, then turns back to the trembling coyote. Hope you don't mind the ice, but it should be cool enough to drink now. Have you ever seen somebody drop ice in a tea? I mean, except if it's iced tea, then it's something different, but Brian made hot tea and he didn't intend to make iced tea. I believe... Yes, me. Hello, it's you. So I believe these ice cubes are manipulated. There's something in those ice cubes. Maybe it's also something just in the water or tea bag, but something's in those ice cubes. Maybe it's Brian's cum. Creamy ice cubes. Still confused and terrified, just wanting something to do to focus on, Cameron reaches out for the mug the bear is holding out to him. He takes it in a trembling paw, gulping it down. But sometimes tea's too hot, so you ice it down after a fresh cup. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine that. It's filled with honey and the strong taste of ginger, and it's unlike any chamomile tea he's had before. The amount of honey is surprising, and he briefly wonders if it's a bear thing, even though Dev never seemed to have much of an affinity for it. Still, Cameron doesn't get the full flavor of the concoction until he finished it, and he exhales an odd nutty taste mixed with what Cameron can only describe as dirt lingers on the back of his tongue. Ew. Cameron frowns at the bizarre, terrible tea. He can't help pulling a face as he looks into the mug, a thick round glob of honey remaining at the base, while dark particles slowly collect around it. Drugs. Yeah, drugs. It's distracting enough that his panic attack is terminated before it can really begin. Brian laughs. Sorry about that. I like to add in kava root to soothe anxiety too. Shoulda warned ya. Oh yeah, kava root, huh? What? You added ginger, you added kava root, you added honey. Like, I just ordered chamomile, you old fuck. Are you crazy? Yes, you are. Cameron had thought that the taste was somehow familiar, but he supposes that any kind of root would have an earthy, bitter taste. Oh, it's okay. Just wasn't expecting it. I read about kava a few times when I was looking for ways to help with anxiety. Never tried it though. Well, get ready for it to change your life. It got me off all my chill pill meds. I do have some leftover bars if you need something stronger though. Xanax? I'll see. I'll wait and see. Xanax is a fucking terrible drug. It's not even allowed over here. Because it fucks you up so much. This isn't the kind of story to use aphrodisiacs. This isn't going the way my brain is insisting it goes. I've just read too much. Well, it would be nice. Cameron already feels like falling asleep, so it doesn't seem like the best idea. While he mostly believes this bear's story, he doesn't want to be completely unaware of what's happening right now. I'm guessing you've had some experience with it before, huh? Cameron frowns at the table, not sure what to say. He doesn't really want to discuss his past with a stranger, even if the guy seems like he would understand. Brian puts his paw up, like he's showing that he's unarmed. Hey! I don't judge, kid! I was into that lifestyle for most of my life before I started turning things around. Yeah, 5 years ago I was a drugged up serial killer. Now I'm just a serial killer. I really changed, Cameron. While Cameron is still cautious, he doesn't want to make it seem like he's suspicious. It doesn't feel like the best idea to sour things between him and the only other person with him in the middle of the desert. Yeah, I did a bit of everything in the middle school and high school. Only thing I got hooked on was opioids, though. Oof. You in half the country, kid. That's a rough one. The tiredness is starting to plateau, if not receding slightly, and Cameron feels an odd but welcome sense of empathy towards this bear. It must be the kava kicking in. Brian's face appears a bit more defined and clear, and there's a warmness in his eyes. It was my first drug too. I experimented with everything else because I was trying to find something less addictive at home. Right out of the gate, Cameron starts with the really hard shit. No weed, nothing. Let's just go straight for the arm. Let's just go straight for the pills and veins. Cameron, at least you've done that right. I've gone sober now, found too many sympathizers blaming my drug or trauma now. There's only me, nothing else to blame. Exactly. Brian shakes his head. That's the problem with it. There ain't much out there that makes you feel that good. That's what I'm told anyway. Brian chuckles. I took just one of my dad's hydros and ended up puking my guts out for hours. Guess I'm lucky that I can't keep them down. Hydros, huh? Cameron thinks about that. About how nice it would have been if he had become violently ill whenever he tried opioids, or any drug for that matter. Yeah, I'd say that's some good luck. I quit college and haven't done it since, though. Good for you! Brian gazes down his nose at Cameron, starting to frown. Cameron's ears twitch as he senses a sudden change in mood. Now, I don't mean to bring this up again, but did your wishes get more intense when you did heroin? At first, Cameron wants to correct the bear and say that he's never done heroin, but then stops as he thinks back. Of course, his visions got worse whenever he was on certain drugs, including opioids, but he had assumed back then they were just agitating his already present delusions. It was only today that he'd made the connection between drug usage and hallucinations or visions. Yeah, actually, and a few times on the other stuff too. Does that happen to you? Definitely! Again, feelings of empathy grows in the coyote's chest. Look at that face. Look at Brian's face. He is ready to pounce. It's not for too long until the shit hits the fan. This is the face of a fucking predator who's hungry. I don't care what anyone says. There are others like him, just like him. Oh boy, yeah, that would be a very dark comedic series. Maybe I'm not going crazy then. I keep going back and forth on that. Brian chuckles a bit. Well, I'm not double crazy anyway, right? Say. Brian looks carefully at Cameron again, and the coyote is almost distracted by the glow that seems to be emanating from the bear's eyes. Oddly enough, the intensely vivid and defined fur seems to be rippling as if blowing in the wind, even though they're inside. Is this kava? You ever tried something more trippy like acid or shrooms? Cameron shifts uncomfortable at the last word. Of course he did. Yeah, both. Acid was fine, but nothing weird happened. Shrooms just kind of fucked me up, and I saw all kinds of things. Huh? That's too bad. That one can be a real eye-opener. Oh. Cameron isn't sure what else to say, feeling a bit uncomfortable again. I do think, and maybe I'm just, I do think that this is brilliantly. I know I said this in Echo too, but I do think this is actually brilliantly written. Absolutely brilliantly. I do think this is so far, and dare I say it, better than Echo. I love how Cameron bonds with Brian over their drug usage and how Brian somewhat now takes the mantle of a mentor on. And I don't even think Brian at the moment is disingenuous. Still a piece of shit, don't get me wrong. But I do think Brian is earnestly interested in Cameron's story at the moment. I don't think otherwise he would prolong it that much. And this is fucking brilliant. Each story covers their own genre and storytelling style. Personally, I really like Glory Hounds. I need to look into that. Glory Hounds. Sounds good. Glory to all the hounds. But yeah, I do think this is very, very good at the moment. We'll see how I feel obviously about it totally at the end of everything. But I do think this is yeah, this is very good. Yeah. Let's continue. Cameron isn't sure what else to say, feeling just a bit uncomfortable again. Yeah, but yeah, most drugs. But yeah, most drugs make you see more things. Only ones that don't are stims. It's why so many people here got into meth. Brian chuckles again, but this time it sounds a bit dark, sinister even. Only problem with that is meth still makes you see shit, but only because it makes you go crazy. Arches and half circles. Yeah. Cameron looks back down at the table. He wonders about his mother again and if maybe she was like him. Maybe she took the stimulants because she was just trying to stop the visions, but ended up starting a wave of hallucinations and delusions instead. Cameron watches the wood grain on the table shift and move slightly, like waves on an ocean. And then it hits him. It hits him hard. The aftertaste of the tea white was familiar. Why things are moving inexplicably. In inexplicable ways. Why everything is feeling more fucked up by seconds. He's been there before. A moment seems to blank out of existence from Cameron's memory, because the next thing he knows is already standing up, the chair sliding back behind him. He stares at Brian with wide eyes, open mouth, but he can't seem to say anything. Now it's too late to run, Cameron. You're already fucked. He can't think of what to say if the bear did what he thinks he did. Brian stares back, watching Cameron carefully in a way that tells the coyote that the bear isn't surprised at all by his reaction, and that makes Cameron even more afraid. Yeah, there's a lot of unzipping to be done now. The cozy, dreamy lighting of the trailer becomes more ominous, red and dangerous, and the bear in front of him seems to warp. Into a demon. No, 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 what did you give me? Cameron looks wildly at the coffee mug. You need to calm down, understand? What did you give me? I think you already know the answer to that. So why don't you sit down and get it together? The bear's face is so warped, but Cameron honestly can't tell if it's real or not. Was it psilocybin? Was it psilocybin? Did you drug me with shrooms? Brian says nothing, and he's right that Cameron knows. He could never forget this feeling. Oh my god, why? Ruined my life. Cameron is heaving for breath. The sound of his gasping almost drowning the bear out. Sit down and I'll explain. But Cameron has no intention of sitting down. The sensation and visuals are just as bad as the last time, if not worse, and he's only at the beginning. The fear and panic reaches a dizzying level, and Cameron is running around the table for the door. Then he's on his back, his chest, spine, and the back of his head aching. Wow. That is a... Ah, shit. I love this picture so much. This is such a good drawn piece, dude. Holy fuck. Ryan is on top of him and Cameron is on his back. He can see the coffee mug shadow on the ground a few feet away. Calm down! Remember what I said about depersonalization? The only thing you can do is not think about it. Otherwise, I'm gonna knock you out. I'm pretty sure Brian is gonna pump some personality into Cameron in a second here. Imagine if somehow Devon and Brian swap, but Cameron can't tell. I mean, Cameron, who's already traumatized for life, is going to be even more traumatized. Cameron struggles, breathing for breath. Let me go, I can't breathe! Brian responds by squeezing his arm tighter, leaning more weight on Cameron's torso. Ah, stop! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! He doesn't even know what he's apologizing for. Just hoping that maybe it'll get the bear to stop. Heh! And I thought you were cute when you were smiling. That statement, for whatever reason, is the scariest part of what's happening right now. It is actually a scary statement. Imagine this guy telling you he thought you were cute, and then in a disappointed voice, you know you're about to bite the dust. He starts to scream for the only person he can think of right now. Maybe because of all its implications, yeah. Devon, help me! Devon! Devon! Shut the fuck up! Brian sounds Brian sounds legitimately disgusted as he pulls himself off Cameron. The coyote prepares to scream again, but sees Brian's foot lash out and kick him in the side, sending him against the base of the counter. Then leaning over, with both of his giant paws on the edge of the counter, he starts kicking Cameron over and over. Cameron yelps and wheezes. The blow's hard enough that he's worried the bear is definitely going to break something if he hasn't already. Oh, don't you worry, Cameron. Brian has done this for years. He's experienced. He won't break anything at the start, at least. He thrashes and rolls, trying to escape. Then one kick catches him particularly hard at the base of his sternum, and he violently curls up, a loud frog-like croak noise escaping his throat. Brian pauses as the sounds continue emanating from Cameron's mouth. Cameron can hear the bear breathing heavily over him as Brian watches his agonized writhing, almost like he's fascinated by it. After nearly a minute, the terrible noise turns back to gasps, which then turn into sobs, as Cameron stays curled up on his side, one arm around his midsection, while the other is pressed over his eyes. Brian doesn't move, just watching as Cameron cries on the floor. At first, Cameron thinks it might be better to just keep his eyes closed and try to disappear into the darkness. Maybe wake up again, but in a place this time. Anywhere seems to be better than here. But that's when odd, slightly curved glowing red lines begin expanding and shrinking behind his eyelids, and Cameron whines at the terrible reminder of what's going to happen. He's going to trip, and it's going to be terrible. Cameron pulls his paw away from his eyes and finds what he sees isn't much better. The huge bear is crouched in front of him, his fur now writhing, pulsating mass of a thing that almost seems like another living creature covering the bear. Listen! What you do next is gonna determine what's gonna happen to ya. This is a dream. It has to be a dream. Everything that's happened, not just in this trailer, but in this whole town. It has to be a dream, a hallucination, a trick. This can't be happening. I need you to talk to some folks I used to know. If you're really one of those psychics, you can't fix my problems, I'll let you go like nothing happened. Cameron, he's lying. Cameron? Devon comes to again. He blurts out the name without thinking. He's not sure how long it's been since the last time he woke up. Feels like hours, possibly even days since he was last conscious. He'd been dreaming something about insects crawling and biting his... Oh, no way. Come on, the spiders again? Really? And tornadoes. Twisting force. He realizes then that his arms are what brought him back to the waking world. They'd fallen asleep and now the tingling is so bad that it feels like they're covered in crawling, writhing ants made of molten lead. Ow. Doesn't sound comfortable. The bear grunts in discomfort and tries to bring them down from above his head, but he isn't able to. They come up short and he hears a rattling sound close to his ears, which at the loudness. Chains? Devon freezes, keeping his eyes closed, unsure if whoever did this to him is close by. Although it's hard to think through all the haziness, the memories come back to him rather quickly. First, he remembers walking deeper into the woods before the strange bear went into his trailer to get something. He came out with a bottle of water, claiming it was for Cameron. Then, after walking further into the dense forest, they came upon a white van. The exact kind of van that would make most people suspicious. Devon did become more suspicious, but by the time it was already too late. The old bear had pulled a gun on them. That wasn't his shotgun, and told them both to get in the van. Artie started to run, and the other bear didn't hesitate to shoot him, aiming for his head. Devon isn't sure, but he could swear that he saw a spray of something, whether it be fur, blood, or worse, ran out from the back of Artie's head before he dropped. If Artie's dead, I'm gonna be mad. Devon's fingers and toes clench inward as he thinks about the moment. Yeah. And on the side, Brian wrote free candy, probably, to make it even less suspicious. The sound, the suddenness of it. But mostly he remembers the way Artie fell. And by the way, I'm probably aware it's probably the van where Bronson did run over Timon? What's his name? I think. Don't forget about for a good time text. Samuel. But mostly he remembers the way Artie fell. It was instant. Like strings that held him up had been cut. crumbling so quickly that Devon is sure that he'd been killed. At that point, Devon did everything the old bear had told him to do, including lying Cameron on the rough desert floor. Devon tries to keep from whining as he wonders if that might be the last time he saw Cameron, and then laid down in the van and letting him bind his arms up. He'd thought about fighting back in that moment, but it was so quick that before he knew, he was secured and he was made to drink from the bottle. You should have fought back, bro. Not gonna lie, this is the first time, like, I've cut Devon a whole lot of slack, but this is the first time where I really say he gets minus points for really fucking up. He should have fought back against Brian. But maybe he does it now. We hope he does it now, and we hope he does it smartly and takes the opportunity and kills Brian. For Artie. All kings need flaws. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. But I can also point them out. Because that's half of the fun here, right? Now he's in this very center of the tornado. A twisting force. Devon clenches his eyes shut even tighter, feeling moisture gather at the corners. Around the point is equal to force times distance. But he opens them a moment later, realizing that his captor would have seen all the movements he'd made. Perpendicular to force. He's alone in the van. His eyes sting and the bear realizes that. He's sweating heavily. The metallic box is stuck in his hot, almost overwhelming stifling. So here's the thing that I think what will happen or should happen. Our friend Devon needs to leave this van as soon as possible because that thing is standing in the desert. The sun is shining down on it constantly, except at night. And he's getting slowly cooked alive in there. This thing must be hot as shit. He needs to get out. He worries for a moment that he slept through the night, and now it's sunrise and he's about to cook to death. See, even he points like, I love it when I can't predict the writing. But after gauging the light, he decides it's all still around sunset. Just a few hours after what happened. After Artie had been killed. Artie is not dead, okay? I refuse to believe that. Shit. Devon squeezes his eyes shut again, feeling tears leak out into the moist fur on his cheeks. He allows himself this moment, but quickly focuses again, knowing Cameron is still out there with the bear. That's enough to get a rise out from Devon. No, look, Wildfire, I refuse. It's not gonna happen. Poor Artie. Maybe I'm gonna manifest Artie in here with me. That's enough to get a rise from Devon, one that builds into a wave in his chest. A combination of adrenaline, terror, but mostly fury. While the brutality of this backwoods bear evokes fear in Devon, also makes him angry that anyone would feel they have the right to do what their old bear did. He opens his eyes again and takes in his surroundings. He's lying flat on his back, arms stretched above his head. He can feel that it's a pair of handcuffs that are holding him in place. There's enough give that slowly he's able to turn over on his stomach. The action is incredibly painful, and Devon can't help but grunt loudly as his arms feeling like they might fall off as they spasm. That is, oh my god, that is really fucked. Slowly, painfully, he pulls himself up into a kneeling position, getting a better look at this predicament. He realizes then that these handcuffs are more like shackles. Meant to hold bear-sized creatures like himself in place. Orc staring in the next Power Ranger movie, The Green Ranger. I've always been the Green Ranger, baby. They are bolted into the floor of the van. Devon glances up suddenly, the ears catching what sounds like a faint cry outside the van. Cameron! Devon's voice comes out hoarse and cracked once more. Was that Cameron? It sounded like him. Devon is still groggy from whatever was in that bottle of water, but he's sure he heard the distinct sound of his boyfriend's voice. Guy, how you doing? What's going on? Sexy motherfucker! The fact that it's now suddenly absent convinces Devon that most definitely Cameron. He strains to listen for several more seconds but can't hear anything. He looks down at the heavy chain linking the metal cuffs around his wrists. Unbreakable. He still finds himself foolishly yanking at the shackles, hoping there's some kind of give in the slightly rusted chain and bolts. Tears filled Devon's eyes. The feeling of falling forever returning. He'd felt this way only a few times before. The first time being while he was running home, after he'd found Lupita's body. Very good, Kai. You do that. Because we need the dragon around. Nobody wants ill dragons. The last time being when he saw Arturo getting shot. Hour of the internet. And now, knowing that his boyfriend could be at the mercy of this bear, whose intentions Devon can't even begin to guess. Oh, he's gonna R-word him and then probably kill him. But first he's gonna make him see shit. And help him to talk to dead people, I guess. He just knows that they are horrific. But seeing faces of those people, it changes something in Devon. A cool, icy calm descends on him. And he looks at the chains carefully. His classes in physics had taught him all about the way in which force is exerted can seemingly accomplish things that seem impossible. So even while his heart hammers in his ears, and even while his brain is clouded with a dense fog of sedation, Devon analyzes the chain and the bolts holding it in place. The one time school helped someone in a visual now. It is... I love that they are basically using his engineering degree he has to make him get free right now. I think that's a neat touch, yeah. Torque. Cameron stays curled up on the floor for what feels like a long time. He had ultimately decided that he'd rather watch the harmless pulsating arches dance behind his eyelids. rather than the nightmare the trailer is becoming. Orc and Wendy. Who's Wendy? Every minute or so, the reality of the situation hits the coyote in a burst of whimpering gasps escape his muzzle for a few minutes before fading back to only whimpering. He would stay down there until his trip was over. But Brian ended up pulling him back. Oh, Morgan. Yeah, okay. Got it. He would stay down there until his trip was over, but Brian ended up pulling him back to where he was sitting. At this point, the coyote doesn't fight the bear, going limp while his body's pulled along. For a minute, Brian tries to get him to sit in the chair, but eventually just gives up, dropping Cameron next to the table, where he just lies on the floor. The coyote listens to the old bear moving around the trailer, though he's barely audible over his own gasping sobs. Eventually, those lumbering, shuffling footsteps come closer, and Cameron knows that the old bear is crouching next to him, though the coyote still doesn't open his eyes. Listen, kid. Since you ain't gonna... Listen, kid! Since you ain't gonna calm down, you're taking some Zans. Got it? Cameron listens but doesn't move, afraid to do anything. He flinches as a rough, calloused paw grabs up his chin, forcing his mouth open slightly. Finally, Cameron's opened his eyes a bit and almost gasps at the vivid red light, which keeps him distracted until something falls into his mouth. A pill, and Cameron recognizes its distinct bar-shaped and bitter taste. Brian holds up a plastic one, that Cameron looks at with undisguised fear. It's just water. The old bear gestures at the counter where a gallon jug sits. When Cameron still doesn't move, Brian sighs. Then he gets up, grabs a cup straight out of the sink, and pours it half full before drinking it. Cameron's mouth is as dry as the desert surrounding them, likely due to a combination of drugs and fear. You traumatize someone one time. Yeah. And they act like all old shit and stuff. Yeah. Cameron's mouth is dry as the desert surrounding them, likely due to a combination of drugs and fear, and he really does want to swallow the pill to get rid of that taste. So he takes the cup and drinks, swallowing the Xanax. Despite his fear, he drinks until the cup is empty. He vaguely remembers his high school friends telling him to drink water to make his trip less intense. Cameron has the feeling that it probably won't change anything. Brian takes the cup from the coyote's limp paw, and it takes Cameron seconds. And it takes Cameron a second to realize that the bear is holding out another pill. That looks like a small red square. Now put this under your tongue. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Cameron stares, trying to figure out if it's just a trip making it look that color or And Brian sighs again, becoming more impatient. I broke off a third of the bar I gave you. But now Cameron is sure the pill is actually red and draws back. A counterfeit pill, and that probably means it's cut with something. Yeah, they just don't appreciate him. He just wants to give him drugs. Something like opioids. I don't. Brian slaps him. The strike coming so fast, the coyote isn't even sure what happened. The sudden numbing sting on the left side of his face, along with the bright flash of light, is very, very familiar though. And Cameron feels as though he's traveled 7 years back in time. His delayed reaction is a surprised gasp as he raises his arms over his face. The bear yanks his arms back down and thrusts the pill in his muzzle. This time the coyote opens his mouth willingly, maneuvering the pill to sit under his tongue. His movement feels almost robotic at this point. To Cameron's immense relief, this seems to satisfy the bear, and Brian gets up from his crouching position, backing away. This is so irredeemably evil. I just don't know where to start. Like giving a ex-drug addict drugs galore. Like this is dude. The coyote sits there a moment and slowly drags himself under the table, huddling in a corner as tears well up in his eyes again. Yeah, welcome back in the worst way possible, I believe it. Good luck trusting people after this. Yeah, I think Cameron will have major trust issues. Maybe not with Devon. If Devon starts growing up hair and starts rescuing his boyfriend. But I guess other people, not so much, I guess. After going through all that and knowing that there's plenty more to go through, Cameron longs for Devon more than he ever has before. He waits until the pill dissolves before asking the question what he dreads hearing the answer to. Is Devon the bear? Is he still alive? If this giant violent bear had encountered Devon and Artie, there's no telling what he might have done to them. I love how Cameron doesn't care for Artie in the slightest. Like, he just asks for Devon. Artie? Who's Artie? Nobody cares for Artie. Poor Artie. His heart drops as the bear seems to hesitate. Please tell me the truth. Cameron needs to know. The bear's fine. He's locked up, but fine. His tone sounds genuine. Even though Cameron will never trust him, he has to hold on to some hope. And if I do this for you, you'll let him go too? That's the plan. Your boyfriend? Cameron isn't sure how to best respond to that. Though he doesn't. Brian shrugs. Doesn't matter much to me. Just a way to tell you and you'll both be out here by tomorrow. Quiet for a moment, and Brian moves to the other end of the trailer, opening the fridge and doing whatever it is he's doing. Probably masturbating in the freezer. Cameron doesn't bother keeping track. Let me know when you start seeing shit. Got something to do real quick. He doesn't have to know, but Imo is done. He's already done enough. I mean, Brian, yeah, he did already enough. And I think he doesn't even care, because I do feel like Brian, Doesn't have any plans of letting both go. Cameron blurts out the other question weighing heavy on his mind. And Arturo, the cat, is he? Brian doesn't look back and just sighs again. Cameron doesn't ask any follow-up questions, feeling like he got his answer. The thought that Artie might be gone is too messed up for his struck-up mind, especially because he feels certain that he can't be gone. Yo, Beastman! Cameron can't explain why, but he just feels it. He feels death, and he feels Artie. Beastman, welcome. I hope you're doing well. How are you? Brian stands next to the door holding a plastic water bottle. Gonna go out for about 5 minutes. I'll be right next to the trailer. So if you see, or if I see you try anything, I'll shoot your boyfriend in front of you. Then I kill you too, eventually. Ah! And then, yeah, he doesn't even like pull any shit. He's just like, look, dude, I'm outside right now. I'm gonna do shit. If you want to live, do what I say, or I'll just kill you both. What a fun sentence to walk in on, yeah. But soon the trip intensifies, and he hugs himself, the movement making his ribs ache from the earlier kicks. He just watches the vivid colors and shapes of hallucinations. Meanwhile, the acrid taste of Xanax lingers on his tongue. Back to Torque. He hadn't felt any pain. He doesn't feel any pain right now either. Not physically, at least. It's something deeper. It's about who he used to be, who he is now, and who's he about to become. Something profoundly terrible has happened, and it's changed everything. Oh shit, it's Artie in the afterlife. So Artie is really dead, huh? Fuck it. He knows that much, at least. What he really wishes to know right now is who the hell he even is. He tries to think back to what he last remembers. Standing in front of everyone in the second grade, his trembling paws holding his book report. He clears his throat, trying to figure out how to put his sentences together in advance. Speak up, Arturo. The whole class needs to hear you. Arturo. That's his name. Arturo Herrera. Yeah, Artie echo influence now. Yeah. Absolutely. He's entering his ghost arc now. He opens his eyes. Comfortably numb. Yeah, I can see that. He's probably comfortably numb after getting his brains blown out. But how did he end up here? Where are his classmates? Second grade? Or was it third? No, he's positive that he's at least in high school. He tries again to remember what happened last. He was sitting in the junior parking lot with his girlfriend. He was upset because another girl at school was being mean to her. She's a Jaguar, sitting in the passenger seat of his beat-up sedan, one of her feet up on the dash, and he's leaning towards her to kiss her on the cheek. What's her name? Sara Mendoza. Or was it Montoya? But now he remembers that they didn't last long at all. Maybe only a semester. Probably because he sucks at comforting people. He does always say the wrong thing at the wrong time. But he still had several girlfriends after her. Up until... Maria? His voice is alien, so strange. Startles him a bit. What's even more strange is how hard it is to even say her name. He stutters, and he has to chew around the syllables like he's biting at the letters. As he does, he notices a sour taste in his mouth, and he can smell vomit. Looking at the forest floor in front of his face, and he sees a dried mess of what he's sure is the source of the smell. Carl was here and he was anxious, right? That's where this is going. This is Carl's doing. Carl's is gonna be here. Bits of something orange and mushy, and chunks of what he recognizes as jerky. Things are starting to come together, but it takes a long time, maybe even an hour, as he goes in and out of consciousness. Holy shit, maybe the headshot didn't even kill him. Like he's still alive and his brain is like fighting for dominance over his body, and it's like, oh man. I have no clue where this is going. This is the best thing about this all. 1 second. Maria, Pueblo, Devon, psychology, graduation, behavioral tech, road trip, accident, echo. Cameron, THC cartridge, visions, ghost, panic, bear, gunshot. Gunshot. He's been shot. It's only now that he realizes his current position. Curled up on his sidearm, on his side, arms folded up in front of his chest. He tries to move his arms, but like everything else he's trying to do, it's very difficult. His muscles feel unnervingly weak, and every time he moves, it comes with an uncontrollable twitching and trembling. Arturo stares at his paws, watching the tremors, trying to quell the panic. That might be also the case. I don't know where this is going right now, Wildfire. Like I said, I have no clue. And I fucking love it. Finally, he slowly manages to sit up. Immediately, dizziness overtakes him, and he has to pause for several seconds before he's sure he's not going to fall back down. Once he's sitting up, his stomach turns, and he dry heaves. And that's when he feels the pain. Not terrible, but the deep, cold throb at the back of his head feels remarkably wrong. With a shaking paw, he reaches back and finally feels the damage. The fur is crusted and matted, becoming a bit damp as he gets closer to the source. Oh my god. His fingers brush over a slight gap, like there's a small crater in his fur. No! He presses down, he realizes the crater goes past the fur and past the skin, and then he feels something oddly hard and almost sharp. Arturo gasps, realizing the stiff, jagged thing he's running a finger over is his broken skull. Oh my god. Ah! Oh, my brain could not handle that. My brain can't handle it either right now. Holy shit. I respect Arturo is one tough motherfucker. He survived getting shot in the fucking skull. He jerks his paw away, breathing hard. He was shot in the head. In the head. He remembers deciding to run since the shotgun wasn't loaded. But then the bear had taken out another gun, a handgun, and then that one was absolutely loaded apparently. How is he alive? How long will he stay alive? Is there a bullet in his brain right? Oh yeah, there is a bullet in your brain right now. Or it's a ghostly apparition, and you remember your last moments on Earth and you are actually a ghost. But I don't know. I have the feeling, like I said, this can go either way. He knows he needs something, so he tries to ask for it. I need shelf melt. He struggles to not stutter, say the right words that he knows he's trying to use. This is bad. Devon was hurt too, maybe even killed. And Cameron? He was already hurt, and it was the monster in this forest that hurt him. The cat brings his knees up to his chest, putting arms around them like he's a child. Yeah, exactly. Wildfire. He feels like a child, helpless and completely confused as he sits injured in this terrible forest. This must be some kind of awful dream. And he wants to wake up, even though everything feels unfamiliar, surreal, dreamlike. He knows this is real. Arturo feels his face crumble as he starts to cry, pushing his forehead against his knees. He needs to summon something. No, wrong words. I need someone. There's some relief as Arturo feels like he's improving at least a little bit. Oh, hey, Dark Wolf Hunter, welcome. Hi. Then again, ghost hunting show with a psychic, an influencer, and a ghost. Maybe this is only temporary? He's been told several times in his psych and neurosciences courses that the brain is plastic. The fact that he's recalling these memories, making sense of these memories, gives him hope. But there are still certain things, very simple things, that are missing. Ruined my life! Arturo jerks his head to look up, heaving again as another wave of dizziness and nausea sweeps through him. Yeah, we've already rode into battle, Dark Wolf Hunter. We are already there. We are a cat on the forest floor with a bullet lodged in our head. If that doesn't spell battle, I don't know what does. Cameron! Cameron! He looks in the direction of the sound and sees a trailer partially hidden behind the tree trunks and bushes. About 30 feet away, his right ear pops loudly several times as he rubs it, feeling fluid come out. Ugh. Oh my god. He knows it's blood. The cat slowly begins to stand up and immediately gets a terrible shock as he realizes the weakness he'd felt in his arms is also his legs. No, Siri. No. Stop. No. No. Stop. Thank you. You ain't that fragile, Dark Wolf Hunter. He struggles and stumbles his way to the tree, trying not to panic again before finally leaning up against it. I probably need to throw her out of my streaming room. Me go. I can't breathe. Arturo realizes he's not the only one in his nightmare. Did the monster come back for Cam? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Arturo starts moving towards the trailer before it dawns on his shattered, bewildered mind that he's looking at that bear's trailer. The one that shot him. And he must have Cameron in there. Devon, help me! Devon! Devon! Arturo flinches back at the sound and his fur bristles out along his spine, eyes wide as Cameron's screaming echoes through the forest. So, I'm gonna be honest, if Artie doesn't help here and just lays down and doesn't do anything, I wouldn't be mad at him. He has a fucking bullet in his brain. But on the other hand, he has to do something, I guess, because like he just won the fucking life lottery. Well, maybe arguably he still can walk, still can remember things. He just needs to be careful with that brain of his, because any old like move could lodge the bullet even deeper into his brain. Oh my god. This is such a horrible situation he's in. The cat looks around desperately, hoping that Devon comes to help. Even though that evil bear is bigger, Devon's a pretty big bear too, and he would stand a much better chance than he himself would. That's followed by yelps and howls come next, and finally it's too much for Arturo. Cameron. He can't go in there like this. He knows that, but he can't get help. Maybe, depending on how bad it is, these problems he's having could get a lot worse over the course of just a few hours. But he has no choice. While he knows he has a car, he also knows that he can't use it, even though he can't remember why. Because that old stupid Weasel just fucked your shit up. He remembers that there's a highway, the one that they should have gone to the second they got here. He needs to get them all help. So with one more terrified look at the trailer, he starts to make his way out of the forest. I can't be mad at Artie. I can't be. Yeah, he might be the background influencing you. You're right. He might be. First, Arturo is filled with a sense of hopelessness, and he finds out just how hard it is to walk with his right side almost being limp. It feels like half of his muscles have just wasted away. What they are basically describing is a stroke. But after some trial and error. So if you have a stroke, a brain stroke, this is exactly what will happen to you. Depending on how fast you get help, it will be more severe or less severe. But after some trial and error, he finds that he widens his stance a bit and swings his arm in a way that looks a bit lopsided. He's able to keep his balance. His pace is reasonably as well, so swallowing down his panic again, he makes his way back onto the dirt road. Even though the disbelief of his situation, and even though he's terrified for Cameron and Devon, he feels something deep down that's even worse. Gonna take my horse down Old Town Road. Everything's in the cart. I'm gonna take my old Artie downtown road. Old Town Road. Poor Artie. He tries to ignore it, but gnaws at the back of his brain. He's dying. He can feel it. He's dying. He can feel it. Fuck. I already know. Devon struggles with his handcuffs, trying to get the chain into the position that he wants. He pulls his paws up until the chain is taut. Then he moves slowly in a circle around the bolt until the chain twists in on itself. That was the easy part. I go pass out now. Okay. Take care. Good night. That was the easy part, and based on the tension he felt being put on the chain links, he had been feeling pretty confident. But then he'd spent what feels like the last hour trying to actually put enough force and weight into the motion so that the chain would break. While the twisted chain is taking most of the pressure off his own wrists, it still hurts. Devon can see through his fur that he's already started to bleed from his wrists, and fur is coming off in small tufts, which with each failed twist and jerk. Come on, damn it, please! After another failed heave, Devon slumps with his paws pressed to the floor of the van, gasping and sweating. I love my bear sweaty. A wave of dizziness comes over him, and he ends up pressing his face to the metal floor. Please help me! Devon half-heartedly prays, just in case there's something above all of this. Footsteps. Devon scrambles to twist back around and step over the anchoring bolt so that his paws are behind him again. Sitting up to face the door of the van. It opens, and Devon finds himself staring at the bear that did this to him. Even though he doesn't want Cameron anywhere near this man, seeing that the coyote isn't there, with Brian since panicked through the younger bear. What do you want? Where's Cameron? Please! Shut it! Devon watches with dread as he sees the huge bear holding that water bottle. Please, just tell me what you want. I'll give it to you. Just let me see him. His teeth snap together, and the next thing the bear knows is that his head is resting against the metal cage partition that separates the back of the van from the seats. Dazed, his chin is on his chest, his arms under his back, forcing him to arch his chest and stomach towards the van's roof. Then Brian is on him, pressing the bottle to his lips. Dazed from the punch, Devon can only mumble in protest. No, no! Devon sees the look in the other bear's eyes, and he knows that eventually he's going to have to drink from the bottle again. Feeling completely defeated, Devon continues to plead with the man. Wait! Just wait, please. Just tell me what you want. Is he okay? Boy, you're really starting to piss me off. If you don't do what the fuck I tell you. Brian grabs Devon's chest fur in both paws and holds him up, so he's sitting in a more upright position. I'm gonna take you out on your little cocksuck yacht. Oh, I'm gonna take it out on your little cocksuck yacht. You understand me? Now shut up! But Devon can't shut up. He's half convinced that Cameron is already dead. Please, just let me see him so I know he's okay. Alright, I was gonna say you already earned one good hit. Now it's 2. When I add a 3rd? Devon just stares. Of course, he knows that Brian doesn't need an excuse. That if he really wants to hurt Cameron, he can. Because there's nothing Devon can do. He can only do the older bear. He can only do what the older bear tells him to do. So he opens his muzzle. Slowly, Brian pours slightly bitter water into his mouth. And Devon drinks. Even though his body wants to keep drinking, Devon starts to pull back after only a few swallows, as if he had enough and doesn't even suspect the water is drugged. But Brian pushes the bottle hard enough at Devon's lips. They are painfully mashed between the plastic and his own teeth, and he's forced to keep drinking. Even then, he lets out a tiny dribble. Corner of his mouth. Brian growls more threats at him. Eventually, the water is gone, and Devon hangs his head in defeat. Brian pulls back out of the van. This is not going the direction I needed to go right now. I'll be back to check on you. Don't think I need to tell you what'll happen if you even think of trying to puke that up. Devon squeezes his eyes shut, wishing this fucking bear would just tell him what's happening and what he's doing to Cameron, why he's keeping him alive. Yes, Brian pulled out. Brian never comes inside, he always pulls out. Ah! But the younger bear is too afraid to talk, too afraid of what Brian might do. So without another word, the van door is slammed shut. Cameron stays under the table, the Xanax having kicked in fully by this point, leaving the coyote in a bit of a quiet, stoic haze. His sobbing has trailed off, not much emotion left in him, just feeling numb. His trip is getting more and more intense, and he knows that the peak is nearing, maybe in another half an hour. Still, he begins to notice that he's sure aren't part of the trip. A presence not too far away, one that he knows too well. Death. Without no idea what he's doing, he instinctively reaches out towards the warm energy, but then it's interrupted by another presence he doesn't recognize, one that's much closer. Cameron gets his paws and knees. Looking out from under the table. This vision is definitely different than anything he's experienced before. Unlike the dreamlike reality altering psilocybin, the visions he's entered has a clarity to it, like he's not even tripping at all. The figure of someone appears before him, and Cameron knows everything immediately. Benjamin Kowalski, a rabbit born in 1977, ran away from his Pueblo home when he was 16. For several years he moved from city to city, sometimes in neighboring states before settling in Peyton. He stocked shelves at a grocery store, and the extra money he saved up would fund his weed supply. Brian was his dealer. In September 1998, he agreed to let Brian take him to his trailer home in Echo. How old was he then? He was like over 30 at that point. 37? 38 if I counted correctly? He was promised 2 ounces of weed in exchange for 1 night of lovemaking, as the bear had put it. Never trust a bear. Benjamin wasn't gay, and even if he was pretty sure Brian wouldn't be his type. Yeah, a night of lovemaking, that's not even like determined how much love is gonna happen in one night. And if it's Brian is pent up, I don't want to go into that, how fucked up this shit is right now. Benjamin wasn't gay, and even if he was pretty sure Brian wouldn't be his type. Two ounces of weed isn't that much, honestly. 2 ounces was a lot though, and way too good to pass up. Well, I just got schooled. It is a lot, apparently. After 4 days of torture, Brian accidentally strangled him for too long, and Benjamin didn't regain consciousness. Of course, Brian planned on killing him anyway, so he did. The bear was only disappointed that he didn't get a few more days with him. Well, that's been a hell of a weekend. Timothy Esposito was a skunk born in 1985 in the Midwest. He's born a year after me. Timothy is born a year after me. His hometown was a large industrial city, one that had been in decay for his entire life. He was transplanted to Mesa in the May of 2005 when he was 20 years old. That was where he attended a BDSM themed event in an unused warehouse. He liked breath play, and so did Brian. So they fooled around a bit. Oh, I so fucking hate where this is going. Oh no. He didn't much like Brian, but the bear liked him a lot. Brian liked him so much, in fact, that he followed the skunk as he walked home after the event and kidnapped him on an empty street. Timothy was strong and almost escaped multiple times, once managing to leave the trailer before being caught just by a few dozen feet from the dirt road. Brian continued their breath play, except now it wasn't play at all, and after 2 weeks, Brian again suffocated his victim for too long. Oops! This time, Brian, though, was fairly successful in keeping his victim alive that long. Daniel Galagos was a ferret born in 19... Oh, God. They get younger. They get so much younger. All the time. Ah, this is evil, dude. Like, he had almost 40, then it already halved. Then another victim. Another victim. He was from the Sonoran capital, but was staying with his family in Mill City to work for a summer job. He was saving up money for his university tuition. In August 20. He was also so young. Days before he was meant to head back to Sonora, he met Brian outside a club before being kidnapped and driven to Echo. Brian was able to keep him for an entire month, and even though a few of Brian's customers had seen him tied up to the torture rack, no one said a thing. Eventually, Brian seemed to decide he'd gotten all he could of the ferret. And he bludgeoned Daniel to death with an old tire iron. Just because he wanted to try something different. The bear couldn't believe how long it took. How hard he had to hit the kid before he finally stopped moving. Cameron! Sorry. Cameron! Cameron is jolted back to reality as he yanked up by his shirt, so he's not even touching the floor. Brian's paws hold the front of his shirt while shaking him violently. What? What is it? Brian kicks around to try and get his feet on solid ground. Despite being almost overwhelmed by the numbing calm of Xanax, it's not enough to stop the primal fear Cameron has of despair. I think you need more than like Xanax to not fear the Brian, I guess. Especially not after seeing the horrors he committed on those men. What he'd just seen was condensed, distilled into an easy-to-follow series of events, but all the while he'd absorbed all the tiny details too. He knows Brian promised these men things, that he'd only keep them for 1, 2, 3 or more days before letting them go. That is, if they'd just be a little more quiet, he'd let them go. But Cameron knows none of these promises were kept. The visions had been so real that to Cameron, it felt like he'd been there for everything they went through. Luckily, he hadn't felt anything, but it was as if he was in the room with them, this room. Brian seems to gain some control over himself and lets go of the coyote. Cameron isn't able to stand up with his weak, shaking legs and sits down heavily on the ground, looking up at the looming bear. Kept calling your name and you wouldn't answer. I told you to let me know if the visions were starting. I couldn't. Brian waits, looking more impatient the more Cameron stammers, which only makes him stammer more. I swear to fucking God, why do all of you become whimpering little dipshits the second I lose my cool for like a second? I don't know, maybe it's because they're fucking afraid of you because you're a fucking murderer. You absolute piece of shit. He reaches down and Cameron cringes as he's yanked up to his feet again. It's clear that Brian wants him to keep standing this time, so he does, steadying himself against the table behind him. Quit that crying! He does his best to stop, but the subs keep coming. Brian, the visions, the people he just felt. It's not an easy thing to just shrug off. I said to quit, not to be quieter! Cameron's mouth dries up even more, his tongue now sandpaper against the roof of his mouth, as fear helps shock him into a statue-like state. Cameron knows he owes a lot to the sedative right now. Without it, he wouldn't be able to stop and Brian might kill him. That's better. But faster next time, got it? Okay. Cameron's opened his mouth to answer, but finds himself yanked forward suddenly, only to come to a horrible jarring stop as the bear slams his knee into the coyote's toes. What is it? Well, I guess that's why his boyfriend would do that. Cameron watches the luminous arches writhe about, convulsing, almost like they're mirroring the coyotes in a turmoil. The knee is so big compared to himself that it seems to cover most of his stomach. You can thank your boyfriend for that one, and he'll still earn you one more. Brian finally pulls back and Cameron crumbles to the ground, unable to process what Brian is saying. Not that he'd be able to understand it anyways. The coyote lets out a guttural groan over and over again. What's that you're saying? Brian taunts him from above. Cameron responds with a whooping gasp, pressing his face into the floor in agony. I asked you a fucking question! Cameron is lifted into the air again, feeling his feet kick around for perches on the ground. That is a weird use of the word perches. I'm not saying it's wrong, don't get me wrong, I'm not a native, but I've never seen it used that way. I'm gonna take notes. For perches on the ground as he once again dangles from his shirt, the fabric stretching to the point that Cameron can hear the threads popping by his collar. Yeah, like I said, I've never heard it used that way, so that's why it's interesting to me. Cameron cracks open an eye and sees Brian drawing back a huge paw. And Cameron manages to choke out a few words with the tiny amount of air he's gathered into his collapsed lungs. Nothing. Cameron wheezes loudly between the words, knowing that this is exactly what Brian likes. But how can he stop himself? He's not even sure if stopping himself will help. Maybe that will only trigger Brian into hurting him even more. But Cameron's relieved. The bear pauses, then slowly drops his fist. Cameron sees the wild look in Brian's eyes gradually leave as he stares at the gasping coyote in his grasp. Good. Guess I'll save the other for later then. The bear lets go and Cameron slumps back to his knees, curling up in a fetal position. Now, what was it you saw? Boop. This is a +10 on the weird bleepometer. Try a 12 or a 13. Brian is a fucked up shit dude. However, I will keep it short today. I'll be back next week, obviously. I plan on going live on Monday. I have a game that I want to show you where the developers reached out to me and asked me to show it off. And I gladly will, because it's a game I'm actually interested in. So we are doing something on Monday for a change of pace. And then the usual Thursday, Friday, Saturday combo with all the games you know and love. And I will especially look forward to more arches, because things are ramping up. We're going to find out hopefully next week what Brian does to Cameron and Dev. We already know what he did to Arturo and I don't like it. And I really, really, really hope Brian gonna die. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you everyone for watching. I've been TheOrcosaurus. I see you all next week. Until then, take very good care of yourselves. And I see you all on the flip side. Bye.